From the Hotel Roanoke in Roanoke, Virginia, we are here to present to you the 2016 D3Football.com All-America team. I'm Frank Rossi with Executive Editor of D3Football.com, Pat Coleman. And Pat, a lot of work goes into these teams on the field and in your head to a certain degree. You help to assemble these teams. Real briefly, how did we arrive at the 4 teams we're about to release here?
Well, we start with a nomination process for D3Football.com All-Region, in which 245 or so eligible schools can nominate players, which we got somewhere in the vicinity of about 1,000 nominations this year. That culminated with our All-Region release about a week and a half ago. From there, players that are named to the All-Region team are eligible for All-American. Now, typically, that's first-teamers and second-teamers All-Region, but it's not impossible to think that a third-teamer from a particular region at any particular position might make the All-American team as well. It kind of just depends on where the strength is at any particular position, in any particular region, in any particular year.
Well, we got a lot of names to read off here, and we want to get right to it. So, here we go. Let's start with the honorable mentions. This is the 4th of the teams, technically, but we call it the honorable mention team. And let's start with the offense. Quarterback, Shane Sweeney, Jr. from Hobart. Running backs are Dan Andrews, Sr. from Brockport, and Roger Walker, Jr. from Marietta. Your wide receivers are Kevin Hammerland, Sr. from Washington University, and Demetrius McGee, Jr. from Heidelberg. Tight end, Mitch Gallagher, Sr. from St. Lawrence. Tackles, Joe Farrell, Junior from North Central, and Pat Sullivan, Senior from Mass Dartmouth. Guards are Justin Fairfield, a junior from Hope, and Austin Jones, Senior from UW-Whitewater. Center, Sean Murphy, Senior from Alfred. Pat, who jumps out at you on those offensive names?
I want to start first with the linemen just for a second, because there's one really interesting story here. The real turnaround this year for Hope College, a lot of it came on offense. A lot of it came when they switched really mid-season to just a really prominent running game, and that's how Justin Fairfield makes this list. The 2 running backs on this list, of course, these are guys who both ran for over 1,200 yards during the course of the season. Dan Andrews had 20 touchdown rushes, 4 more touchdown catches, a great season for him. And you know more about Shane Sweeney than I do.
Well, you and I watched him play at St. Lawrence earlier in the season, and they basically won the Liberty League title, give or take, a game later, but they needed that win to win it. And Shane Sweeney just threw the ball all game long. They had the confidence in him with Brandon Shedd as his receiver to make the touchdowns, receptions, etc. And a great job by him all season long.
Are you foreshadowing anything?
It could be. I try not to cheat on these lists, but I might know who's ahead. But let's go to the defense of the honorable mention team. And we'll start with the defensive ends. Ray Brown, sophomore from John Carroll, and Chase Greenlee, junior from Wheaton. Defensive tackles, Ryan Winter, senior from St. Thomas, and Niall Scott, junior from Frostburg State. Linebackers, Darren Hungerford, junior from Kane. Brian Murtaugh, senior from WPI, and Dustin Holmes, senior from Wittenberg. Cornerbacks, Obi Ituka, senior from Western New England, and Victor Bunce, junior from Claremont Mud Scripps. Safeties, Jarrett Leakus, senior from Benedictine, and Ryan Grandlick, senior from St. Norbert. Some great names there. Another one I'm familiar with, Brian Murtaugh from WPI, helped them with a great winning season this year. Who jumps out to you?
I think, first of all, these 2 defensive ends, like all the defensive ends on this list, you got to be a guy who really gets after the quarterback. And Ray Brown, a sophomore, one of the big men up front, on a fantastic defense this year, 23.5 tackles for loss, 13 sacks. Chase Greenlee, his opposite guy on the opposite side, 19 tackles for loss for Wheaton, 14 sacks and 16 hurries. And I want to point out Victor Bunce, junior from Claremont Mud Scripps. If you look up his stats and compare them to his stats last year as a sophomore when he also made the All-American team, he picked off a ton of passes last year. This year, the opposing offenses did everything they could to avoid him. When I talked about having a bunch of guys from one region on the All-American team, this is one of those. If you are watching the All-Region team and looking and say, oh, Victor Bunce made the team, that might mean some things that you're going to see later in this broadcast.
Are you foreshadowing?
I might be foreshadowing.
Who knew? And we'll round out the honorable mention team with the specialists, kicker Eric Sachs, sophomore from Trinity of Connecticut, punter Elias Deeb, freshman from Chapman, and returner Jordan Shem Jr. from Ithaca. You got a freshman there. That's unusual to see in these All-American teams.
Yeah, that actually is a little difficult for a freshman to make our All-American teams, but it's a little more possible as a specialist. I think partially because, specialists, especially punters and kickers, some of it's really numerical, right? What is their average punt length? What's the percentage of them inside the 20 versus the ones that they overkick and end up with touchbacks? Eric Sachs, I wanted to point out, he didn't miss a kick all year. His longest field goal was only 40 yards, but, I presume at some point over the course of maybe his next 2 years in a Bantam's uniform, they might let him go a little bit further out. And Jordan Shem with a fantastic year as a returner for the Bombers.
Great list right there, and can't wait to see the 3 remaining lists based on just the honorable mentions alone. And let's keep going here to the third team, and that third team has the following offensive players. Quarterback, Blake Jackson, senior from Mary Hardin Baylor. Running backs, Joey Valdivia, senior from Lake Forest, and Markeith Miller, sophomore from Mary Hardin Baylor. Wide receivers, Reese Childress, sophomore from Hardin Simmons, and Sam Markham, senior from Central. Tight end, Drew Newville, senior from Bethel. Tackles, Vinny Basile, senior from UW-Oshkosh, and Dominic DeTiro, senior from John Carroll. Guards, Stephen Nabu, senior from Linfield, and Riley Cannon, senior from Salisbury. Center, Chance Anderson, senior from Johns Hopkins. A lot of seniors, but 2 sophomores as well, including one from Mary Hardin Baylor, who will be playing in just a little bit in the championship game.
Yeah, 2 members of the crew squad on this third team. Blake Jackson, obviously a fantastic year. The quarterback competition for All-American is always really difficult. There's only 4 quarterback slots and 248 starting quarterbacks in Division III. So that's a really difficult list to make. Valdivia, fantastic season, 174.6 yards from scrimmage per game. Markeith Miller, we'll talk a lot more about him through the course of the evening. Reese Childress for Hardin Simmons, 67 catches for 1,230 yards, 11 touchdowns in the 11 games for the Cowboys this year.
Let's go to the defense. Defensive ends, Byron Cooper, senior from Widener, and Luke Packard, senior from Trinity, Texas. Defensive tackles, Austin Crow, junior from Heidelberg, and Zach Roberson, junior from Sul Ross State. Linebackers, AJ Licata, junior from Alfred, Jesse Addo, senior from St. Thomas, and Carter Hansen, senior from St. John's. Cornerbacks, Kennedy Johnson, senior from Linfield, and Will Dyson, senior from Washington and Lee. Safeties, Jack Toner, senior from Johns Hopkins, and Austin Brown, senior from Wabash. AJ Licata was a semifinalist for the Ghilardi Trophy, and the ultimate winner is also on this list. On the other side of the linebackers, Carter Hansen.
Yeah, and these are guys who are kind of polar opposites. Licata, a guy who racks up a bunch of tackles. It's a completely different style of defense. 153 tackles over the course of the season, of course, a 13-game season for Alfred. Hansen, we talked about him, about his stuff off the field, but his on the field accolades really good as well. Kennedy Johnson's one of the top cover corners in Division III, another one of those West Region cornerbacks. And then, guys up front, I want to highlight Luke Packard, co-SCAC Defensive Player of the Year. In a conference where there's only 4 teams, maybe co-Defensive Player of the Year is not as big an accolade as you might think it was, but the guy he shared that award with, we'll probably talk about him in a little bit.
More foreshadowing going on there, so let's get to the specialists here on the third team. Kicker, Seth Yergel, senior from Randolph-Macon. Punter, Will Gendry, senior from Wittenberg. Returner, Nick Lamb, senior from Muhlenberg. And special teams player R.J. Pompey, junior from Lake Forest. Another good group there, but mainly seniors in this case.
And the special teams position, those are guys who did yeoman's work on special teams aside from kicks and returns. So these are guys generally who blocked kicks. Pompey had a great season there. In fact, Lake Forest, just special teams in general, a fantastic season for them. Will Gendry averaged just short of 45 yards a punt. He was also the kicker, by the way, 22 of 27 on field goal attempts. A pretty good season there as well. Seth Yergel, 2 field goals over 40 yards, 10 of 12 in the season for Randolph-Macon.
And I think Lamb 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. Some players hope for just 1 in their career. He gets 2 in a season right there. That's amazing by him. Let's take a break, and then we'll come back with the second team. You're watching the 2016 D3Football.com All-America Show.
Defining moments. Championship dreams. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2016 NCAA Division III Football Championship Game, Stagg Bowl 44, December 16th at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia. Visit ncaa.com/tickets for your tickets today.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
And welcome back to the 2016 D3Football.com All-America Show. I'm Frank Rossi with Pat Coleman. We've talked about half the team so far. Honorable mention the third team. It's time to go to the second team. And we got some great names again here. They're all great names. Come on, who am I fooling? But nonetheless, some really super names on this second team. All the superlatives I can give here.
There's some great names. Also, there's some great players on this team, too.
I would agree with that. Let's talk about some of them. Quarterback, Tyler Johnson, senior from Alfred. Running backs, Trevor Heitland, senior from Coe, and Sam Benger, junior from Carnegie Mellon. Wide receivers, Jesse Zubik, junior from Washington and Jefferson, and Bryce Shade, senior from Wesley. Tight end, Matt Page, senior from Washington University. And the tackles, Will Hilbert, senior from St. Thomas, Tony Kepnick, senior from UW-Whitewater. Guards, Colton Koch, senior from Monmouth, and David Sylvester, senior from Alfred. And center, Kyler Kriegel, junior from Wheaton. Boy, I see two Alfred players here. That's probably three, I think, so far, at least on offense. So remember the center being there earlier. So they must have had a pretty good season, that Alfred team in the East region.
Especially on offense. And, of course, linebacker A.J. Licata's name's already been mentioned as well. But Tyler Johnson, what a dynamic season he had. First of all, he's the leading rusher for the team as well, 1,008 yards over the course of the season. 2,900 yards passing, 29 touchdowns against 4 interceptions, the 577 yards of total offense against Mount Union. If you look at common opponent compared to another quarterback we've already mentioned, that might be some helpful information for you there. Trevor Heitland had a fantastic season. Not only did he rush for 159.4 yards a game, he also, of course, made use of those receiver skills that he had mostly bypassed in the starting lineup, averaged 200 yards from scrimmage per game this season. Hard to believe Sam Benger is just a junior. He's got one more year left. Zubik, just outstanding numbers as a wide receiver, 97 catches for 1,400 yards. And I just want to throw out Matt Page's numbers, too. I know I'm talking a lot now about these guys.
Second teamers, you can do that.
Yeah, 63 catches for 873 yards. Same number of catches as Bryce Shade, by the way.
And, I see a note on my list here about Colton Koch.
Yeah.
We got to bring it up. The Peisman Award.
Yeah, he was the runner-up for the Peisman Trophy. If you do not know about that somehow, go back to the front page of D3Football.com. Adam Turner wrote a nice feature about his experience, Colton Koch's experience at the awards ceremony, and you can watch the play if you haven't seen the play. About 50,000 people have. But he was playing a right guard for Monmouth and threw a 33-yard pass. It looks pretty. He should have won that award.
That alone is going to make it 51,000 right there to watch.
I think so, yeah. Actually, I think Dave's going to run it in as B-roll here now, isn't he? I think he's shaking his head. I'm not sure.
Well, perhaps we're seeing it right now, perhaps we're not. But why don't we go to the defense on the second team, because we got some people waiting to see if they've made it or not. Defensive ends. Here we go with my fun name of the entire day here. Mamadou Sumahora, junior from Barry. and Justin Broussard, senior from Southwestern. Defensive tackles, Brandon Tamsett, senior from UW-Whitewater, and Haston Adams, junior from Mary Hardin-Baylor. Linebackers, Keith Renicky, senior from Mary Hardin-Baylor, Jack Perez, senior from Pacific, and Corey Ward, senior from Hardin-Simmons. Cornerbacks, Dylan Steepleton, senior from Co., and Vince Mason, senior from UW-Whitewater. Safeties, Javon Dawson, senior from John Carroll, and Johnny Egan, senior from UW-Oshkosh. So one thing that popped out at me right here, linebacker Jack Perez from Pacific, a team that doesn't get much acknowledgement out there. He must have had some great numbers and a great season to garner this kind of honor in the second team.
I tell you, Pacific is just a program that continues to build and build. They've only been playing football for, I know it's closer to a decade now. It's not as young as it used to be. But that's, obviously, again, in a conference where you have Linfield, where you have Whitworth, for somebody other than one of those top two teams to get the top honor is pretty impressive. Sumihiro, what a fantastic season, and he's got another one left. 15 sacks and 5 forced fumbles. Broussard, 15 and a half sacks. He's the guy who shared the SCAC Defensive Player of the Year honors with Luke Packard. Steepleton, I want to point out, from Co. had 9 interceptions and 6 more pass breakups. And Johnny Egan, who of course we'll mention, this stat will probably come up again over the course of the evening, but had 3 interceptions against St. Thomas in that 34-31 quarterfinal win.
Your defensive ends here, I'm looking at this, adding it in my head, accounted for 30 and a half sacks, these two players alone, and 40 and a half tackles for losses that include those sacks.
And just in 20 games, neither of those are playoff teams.
Unbelievable. Let's talk about the specialists. Oh, by the way, this is second team, not even first team we're talking about with those kinds of numbers. We'll round out the second team with the specialists. Kicker, Tyler Stolen, senior from Buena Vista. Punter, Ryan Anderson, senior from Olivet. Returner, Alex Bell, junior from Hardin-Simmons. And special team, Travis Alvarez, freshman from Cortland. Okay, again, a freshman there, and I do know a little bit about him, a special season for him as well.
Yeah, guys who get the opportunity to play special teams, right? Sometimes you have to work your way up from that as a freshman. There's a lot of opportunity there at a lot of programs. Tyler Stolen, 13 of 15 on field goals at a 53-yarder, which was, at least at that point, the longest in the season in Division III. 4 of them from 40 or beyond. Ryan Anderson, a fantastic season, 47.4 yards a punt. Also the Academic All-American of the Year from COSIDA. And then Alex Bell kind of picks up in the Hardin-Simmons return specialist tradition. 3 kickoff returns for a touchdown, average over 38 yards a kickoff return for the Cowboys this year.
Well, sir, we have one team left. Let's keep them in suspense for just a little bit longer. We're going to take a break here and then come back with the first team of the 2016 D3Football.com All-America team. Stay tuned.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
Well, it's time for the first team of the D3Football.com All-America team. Again, I'm Frank Rossi, Pat Coleman joining me here. And Pat, again, just to reemphasize, it was tough to come up with this list in terms of all the great players you had to kind of sort through here.
Sure was. These are the best of the best, but people have been waiting. We better start naming names.
Let's do it. On offense, quarterback, Sam Riddle, senior from Linfield. Running backs, Bradley Mitchell, senior from Mount Union, and Dayton Wynn, senior from Hendricks. Wide receivers, Dan Arnold, senior from UW-Platteville, and Brandon Shedd, junior from Hobart.
Test 1, 2.
Tight end, Zach Lindquist, senior from Wheaton. Tackles, Connolly Fuller, senior from Mary Hardin-Baylor, and Brooks Jenkins, senior from Mount Union. Guards, Broderick Jenkins, senior from Mary Hardin-Baylor, and Josh Moransky, senior from Hardin-Simmons. Center, Mitch Doherty, senior from Mount Union. See if two Mary Hardin-Baylor players there. Again, had an outstanding offensive season and defensive for that matter. And a little bit of Linfield, Sam Riddle up there as the first team quarterback. Names that probably are very familiar to our viewers right now.
Yeah, and Riddle, 325 yards per game in total offense, 32 touchdowns. Bradley Mitchell, may not have been the equivalent of Nate Kamick or something like that for Mount Union, but did not fumble in 270 touches this year, averaged 115 yards a game. And again, on a team where the starters are out by the 12-minute mark of the third quarter.
Absolutely.
Dayton Wynn also had a fantastic season, 7.9 yards per carry. And you know more about Brandon Shedd, but I would say Dan Arnold just caught everything thrown his direction, it seemed.
Yeah, Brandon, we were foreshadowing earlier in terms of Shane Sweeney, quarterback from Hobart.
We get a little hashtag, this is foreshadowing across the bottom of the screen.
We may have to. We could make a game out of this, perhaps. But Brandon Shedd's numbers were great, and he probably made Shane Sweeney even a better passer this season just by being able to gobble up everything he got thrown at him by Shane Sweeney. So congratulations to those players. For defense, well, here's a name that we were talking about a little bit last night as well. Defensive end Tedrick Smith, senior from Mary Hardin-Baylor, and William Sewell, senior from Frostburg State. Defensive tackles, Kyron Brown Wallace, senior from St. Lawrence, and Mike Vidal, senior from Mount Union. Linebackers, Mason McHenrick, junior from John Carroll, Caleb Ashby, senior from Wheaton, and Reese Dietzick, senior from UW-Oshkosh. Cornerbacks, Michael Hollins, senior from John Carroll, and Michael Alada, senior from St. Thomas. Safeties, Baylor Mullins, senior from Mary Hardin-Baylor, and Austin, Tennessee, my favorite name of the bunch, I gotta say, senior from Stevenson. His name has been bandied about for a couple seasons at least with his prolific safety play, a lot of interceptions over his time, and he kept up that greatness this season.
Yeah, and in fact did it while moving to a new position. Played cornerback for the first 3 years of his career, moved to safety this year. I know he's gotten a lot of looks at the next level, so it'll be interesting to see what happens to him going forward. Smith, I think we'll talk about him. Mullins, we'll probably talk about him some more. William Sewell, though, is a guy who we haven't talked about a whole lot over the course of the season, but in the New Jersey Athletic Conference, one of the top defensive players. He's had a fantastic season, and Frostburg had a fantastic turnaround this season as well.
Needed to have some great players to do that, and he was among them. The specialists are kicker Drew Pearson, sophomore from UW-Stout, punter Nico Francino, senior from Hardin-Simmons, returner Alex Paswitz, senior from Lake Forest, and special teams Jarrett Leakis, a senior from Benedictine. And Jarrett Leakis, that name seems a little familiar to me for some reason.
Yeah, you may have seen his name a little bit earlier as a starting safety. And this is a guy who's been on the verge of All-American status from us for seemingly his entire career. Here at the specialist, reason we spotlight him, 5 block kicks over the course of the season. Alex Paswitz had 5 return touchdowns in various ways. Francino, he didn't have, he was maybe 4 yards short of the longest average punter in Division III this year, but 58% of his punts landed inside the 20-yard line. And when you're doing that, you're hitting your spots. You're not out kicking and kicking stuff into the end zone. That's something that I look at very closely. Pearson, 9 field goals on the season of over 40 yards and 2 of them over 50. One of the reasons the Blue Devil is able to hang in some games.
Pat, some people may not know how this works from here on out. The offensive, defensive players of the year and coach of the year are not going to be named right now. Tell folks where they can have them, hear them basically.
You know, that's interesting. So in the past, we've done them on our post-game show, which doubles as the Around the Nation podcast. Now, the podcast is not going to be streamed live this year. So as actually, we're going to still have to make some decisions here over the course of the next 24 hours. How we make the announcement? Do we wait for the podcast to drop? Do we tweet it out on Friday night after the game? But the one thing we do, and we want to do at this level, is make sure that we wait for all the games to be played. So we got one more game to go coming up here in just a few minutes. We're going to let the results of that game still have some weight as to Coach of the Year, Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year.
Maybe Pat and Keith will foreshadow to who those players will be. Play theme here. There you go. And speaking of which, Pat and Keith and I will be bringing you the broadcast coming up after this show. We're going to have a couple interviews, I believe, coming up next with the coaches that Pat did earlier this week. And then it will be right around kickoff time for the 2016 Stagg Bowl. It's UMHB, Mary Hardin-Baylor, facing off against UW-Oshkosh. Coming up here, and so just stay on the stream and we will bring it to you, the audio at least, video on ESPNU coming up, so stay tuned. Again, you've been watching the 2016 D3Football.com All-America Show.
Defining moments. Championship dreams. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2016 NCAA Division III Football Championship Game, Stagg Bowl 44, December 16th at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia. Visit ncaa.com/tickets for your tickets today.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
to stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
All right, welcome to Salem Stadium as we're getting closer to kickoff here in Stagg Bowl 44. I'm Pat Coleman. I got Keith McMillian with me. Keith made it, in case you were wondering. He was driving down the interstate, watching, listening to, I hope, the pregame show.
Keep my eyes on the road, of course.
Especially on 81. We are excited to bring you play-by-play coming up just past the top of the hour here of Stagg Bowl 44. Of course, a matchup, Keith, that we have been talking about here on this stream for the last hour and 44 minutes as a group, and of course all week. But thinking about, first of all, just having two new teams here, right? UW-Oshkosh, who has never been here. Mary Hardin-Baylor hasn't been here since 2004.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the excitement of the entire atmosphere here today for both of the teams. This is all new, and of course it's the national championship game, so there was going to be excitement anyway. But at a certain point for the players, you start to boil all that down to, all right, it's game time, and they have to kind of let the jitters go and just play. And now what a lot of that ends up being is just executing the basic stuff that they've been running all year.
We will have interviews with first with Pete Fredenberg of Mary Hardin Baylor coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk with Pat Cerrone of UW-Oshkosh coming up after that. But Keith, one of the things I like about this matchup is that there's one offense here this evening that I think is very much weatherproof. UW-Oshkosh plays in in December. It's a fairly inhospitable climate. Not to mention that it's Wisconsin. Texas, the team from Texas, they can throw. They like to throw. They've been traditionally very much a power running team, so for Mary Hardin Baylor, it'll be interesting to see what happens if the weather affects them adversely.
Sure, but I think the crew is going to try to establish the run, and I think the idea that they're from Texas and they're not used to this weather may be a little bit overblown, because they don't have to throw the ball necessarily to be successful, because when they drop back, if the passes aren't there, they have Blake Jackson, who creates a lot with his mobility. Sometimes he buys more time to pass, but a lot of times he's a big part of the running game. So they have the ability not just to run with Markeith Miller and with Dwayne Thompson, but they'll also, Blake Jackson, you'll see him keep the ball on some zone reads. You'll see him scramble and make plays out of nothing. I actually think that Oshkosh offense is the one that's more diverse, the one where you see they'll go from double tight one play to three receivers the next play. They'll do quarterback throwbacks, jet, or orbit motion option. So they're the one that's more creative, and if the wind really picks up, you may actually see it affect them just as much as it affects Mary Hardin Baylor.
We'll talk with Pete Fredenberg about preparing for this multifaceted offense and all the different looks that get thrown at them. We will talk with Pat Cerrone about trying to contain Blake Jackson. When we come back after this, we'll be back with more here on the Stagg Bowl 44 pregame show from Salem Stadium.
Defining moments. Championship dreams. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2016 NCAA Division III Football Championship Game, Stagg Bowl 44, December 16th at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia. Visit ncaa.com/tickets for your tickets today.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction and knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Back on the pregame show, heading up to tonight's broadcast of Stagg Bowl 44 between the University of Mary Hardin Baylor and the University of Wisconsin Oshkosh. We're talking with Mary Hardin Baylor head coach Pete Fredenberg. First of all, Coach, welcome back to Salem.
Oh, great! Thanks. We're so glad to be back, and we're excited.
It's been a long time for you guys. More than 10 years have passed since you guys were here. What have you seen so far that's kind of different from the last time around?
Well, the stadium looks a lot different, and obviously we're just excited to be back. When we were here in '04, we kind of thought, well, geez, this is kind of something that we'd enjoy doing ever so often. But obviously it's been a dry spell, and Wisconsin Whitewater and Mount Union had some things to do with that. But we're glad to be here and obviously excited.
Mount Union really held you guys in check last week. Did they play better than we expected? Were you holding stuff back, playing conservatively? How did that play out?
Well, the thing that I think is really interesting is that the way we want to do is whatever is working, we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to win the ball game. And obviously Mount Union did a nice job defending our offense, and but I really think that when our offensive coordinator realized how well we were playing on defense, he just kind of became a little more conservative, and the most important thing is to win the football game.
Mm-hmm. Now, the last two times that a team has beaten Mount Union in the semifinals, they've gone on to lose the Stagg Bowl. I know you guys know that well because that happened in 2004 and it happened to Pacific Lutheran in '99. How do you keep the kids from, realizing that just beating Mount Union feels like the pinnacle for so many teams, but you guys have a game left?
Yeah, and the thing that this team has set their goal to win a national championship. That's what they want to do, and we set it in January, and they've been they're working very hard and diligently to do that, and so we've still got a game to play.
Mm-hmm. Oshkosh presents a defensive challenge for you guys both up front and in the secondary. They prided themselves on not letting John Carroll go deep on them last week, and I know that's a big part of your offensive game plan. So how do you guys plan to combat that?
Well, we just want to run our offense, and really it just kind of decides on how many people they put in the box, and then we try to take advantage of that. If they give us the run, we're going to try to run, and if they give us the throw, we're going to throw it.
For those who haven't seen Blake Jackson at quarterback, kind of describe what people are going to see today.
Well, Blake is a dynamic quarterback that can run and throw, and he runs the option well, reads it extremely well, so that we know when people are adding people into the box, then we're going to be able to throw it, and he does that extremely well. So if things clog up, he can hurt you with his feet.
Oshkosh on offense is always going to try to present teams with some new wrinkle, it sounds like. That's what they've talked about. How much can you guys really realistically prepare for in a week?
Yeah, it's very difficult. All those things that they do, there couldn't be anybody worse probably to prepare for than them because of the uniqueness of their defense. And then offensively, they present so many formations and different little wrinkles. They still mainly play out of the power offense, and we feel like that we've got to stop the option first, and we feel like that we've got to just get a handle on how they're going to try to do that and what little wrinkles they add.
That's Coach Pete Fredenberg of the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor. His top-ranked Crusaders will be taking on UW-Oshkosh coming up in just a few minutes. We'll be back with more after this.
We are calling you, all of you. We are calling all Division III schools to join our cause.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. That's what it's all about, they say. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that.
It's more about team and the schools and communities we represent.
And for the many of us blessed with the strength to compete in sport at the college level, we understand that with what we were given comes a special obligation.
Our obligation to help those who have their own special needs and whose love for the game is no less intense.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. Since August of 2011, we and others from Division III campus communities have volunteered more than 250,000 hours, time away from the classroom and practice field, reaching across the country to coach and mentor Special Olympics athletes.
And to learn that in giving, we receive so much more in return. Help us keep that dream alive.
Be part of it.
Get involved.
You can make a difference.
And we're back on the pregame show leading up to tonight's broadcast of Stagg Bowl 44 between the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh and the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor, talking with Oshkosh head coach Pat Cerrone. And first of all, Coach, After last week's game, you talked about how important it was to have a routine, and this week, even that messed up routine got even more thrown out the window. So how are you guys handling that?
Hey, we're just not yet. We'll figure it out here, but it's been rough. But nothing against the city of Salem or the game or anybody. When you get a flat tire, you get a flat tire. That's that happens. So we'll figure it out.
What does it mean for the Titans football program to get to this level?
Right now I'm not trying to think about that. I don't think our players are either. I think we're just trying to get into the game mode here and play another football game, and then we'll reflect on that next week. But right now, I keep getting asked that and just trying to get through the day here.
So I'm going to set a calendar reminder for January 15th to ask that question again. We always like to ask the big picture perspective questions.
Yeah, there is no big picture here. It's day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute.
You talked after Saturday's game about the various talented quarterbacks you guys have faced over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Blake Jackson kind of represents a whole different threat for you guys. How are you guys preparing for that?
He's a whole new dynamic. He's really talented, and we're going to have to see how the game plays out here Friday. But, we have 4 different options, and one of them, hopefully works because he's a talent.
Who does he compare to? The guys
Nobody, ever.
Yeah.
I think Ohio Northern maybe. They had a receiver last year and a quarterback combo that was pretty good. But this team is complete. Mary Hardin-Baylor, it's a full deal. But it's another challenge we have to face. I think St. Thomas's quarterback was pretty good too. So St. John's, so we played some good ones. John Carroll's was playing at the top of his game. So that's the challenge we get. Let's see if we can do it one more time.
Receiving core for them, and I asked you specifically because you're the defensive guy. Who are of the multiple guys they have to throw out there? Who are the ones you're most worried about or most focused on?
Well, they got number 10,
TJ
number
Josie,
1, number 11.
Waikee Walker.
88.
You're testing me now. That's the tight end, right? Embry.
Yeah, 12 comes off the bench.
Denarian Thomas.
Okay, so
I'm not ready for this yet.
You're
questioning me now.
You got to start studying just like we do, but they have a lot of talent. 27 and 5 too. So
yeah, that's the running backs.
That's the biggest thing for us is just getting the matchups and figuring out what they're doing with that personnel grouping. 10 is going to be a problem. He's always on the left side of the defense, right side of the offense, and we know that.
Yeah. One of the things that happens over the course of a long season, right? 15 games, guys get banged up. Maybe they're not at 100%, not at their best.
Yeah.
You guys you feel like you got your core group ready to go?
I'll tell you, winning is the best doctor on the planet because miraculously, we have a lot of healthy guys right now.
If it's going well for Oshkosh on game day, what are we going to see from you guys? What will it look like?
Boy. One thing I'm not prepared at this point to look at is how this game's going to play out. But I've been asked this a lot, and you got to realize I didn't think last week's game was going to be 10-3, and you didn't either.
No, I very publicly did not.
I didn't think the St. Thomas game was going to be 34-31.
Yeah.
So I went into St. Thomas thinking that it was going to be low scoring, and I went into John Carroll thinking this could be 40-30. Mm-hmm. So what do I know? I don't know.
That's Pat Cerrone. What he knows or doesn't know, we'll see over the course of the next 60 minutes. He's the head coach of the Titans of UW-Oshkosh.
Thanks, sir.
We'll be back with more after this.
Thanks.
Defining moments. Championship dreams. Share the experience with your family and friends. The 2016 NCAA Division III Football Championship Game, Stagg Bowl 44, December 16th at Salem Stadium in Salem, Virginia. Visit ncaa.com/tickets for your tickets today.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us. To look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us. All of us.
To stop sexual assault. Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
And welcome back to Salem Stadium here in Salem, Virginia, home of the Stagg Bowl, the Amos Alonzo Stagg Bowl, the championship game of NCAA Division III football. Glad you joined us here on D3Football.com. I'm Pat Coleman, joined for the 18th consecutive Stagg Bowl on my right, I think you're always on my right, by Keith McMillian. And Keith, first of all, we've built this game up now for over the course of the last 2 hours and 2 minutes, and we're just about 2 more minutes away from kickoff here. Keith, your keys to the game, your thoughts about this matchup?
Well, the keys are somewhat cliche, to be quite honest with you, because there are three things both of these teams do well. They that not only do they play great defense, but part of the reason they play great defense is because they tackle so well, especially Mary Hardin-Baylor in the secondary. So when Oshkosh is able to push the ball up the field or with intermediate passes, Mary Hardin-Baylor does a nice job of limiting the yards after the catch. They have to do that again today. Both teams huge in turnovers this season, huge advantages. Mary Hardin-Baylor has caused 45 turnovers. Oshkosh has caused 40 this season. Oshkosh plus 1.8 turnover margin per game. Mary Hardin-Baylor plus 1.5. They obviously both can't do that today, so if one team has more turnovers than the other, certainly that'll be a big factor. And both teams are going to want to establish the run, especially with the weather being about 27 degrees today. No precipitation. The wind, though, if it picks up, and as we've known, we've been here long enough, Pat, that sometimes there'll be no wind in the first quarter, plenty of wind in the second. So if that becomes a factor, passing becomes a lot tougher. But I think one thing, and this is the real key here, is getting off to a good start for both teams. Wisconsin-Oshkosh, first time here. Mary Hardin-Baylor, they haven't been here since 2004, so obviously the first time for all their players. Getting those jitters out, I think, is a big deal. Now, getting the lead, I think, is a little bit bigger deal for Oshkosh. They've only trailed for 12 minutes all season in 2 of their games. Mary Hardin-Baylor's trailed 8 times, and if they do fall behind, which they've done not only in games during the season, but they've fallen behind in the playoffs. They've played a lot of toe-to-toe games, even though they end up being blowouts, so they start out as real tight games. Mary Hardin-Baylor is very comfortable in a tight game. They are able to rally, and they haven't given up points in the fourth quarter. These entire playoffs, Mount Union, there's 6 points they scored last week, the only points they've allowed in the fourth quarter. So if it's a tight game, look for Mary Hardin-Baylor to go conservative, try to play with a lead. That's the way they'd prefer to play, put it on their defense if they can't, and if they need to rally. They're also the team that's probably a little bit better positioned to have to pass the ball down the field because they have 3 pretty solid wide receivers.
I was a little bit surprised that nobody from UW-Oshkosh kidnapped me, tried to put me in a soundproof chamber for the next 4 hours, because the 11 minutes and 47 seconds that Oshkosh has trailed all season all have been with me in the building. So anytime, we've guaranteed now, anytime that they trail this year will be with me in the building. Mary Hardin-Baylor will get the ball here to start us off. And when we have a moment, I will get you the starting lineups for the Mary Hardin-Baylor offense and for the UW-Oshkosh defense. UW-Oshkosh, the home team in the black with white numerals and gold trim. It's the white pants and the gold uniform tops and purple numbers for the crew. First kickoff taken at their own 4 by Wilkerson, brings it up to about the 20-yard line. And that's where the crew will set up shop. They'll start across the front. On the left side, a 6'2", 285-pound freshman, DeJuan Ramirez. At the guard, a 6'5", a 295-pound junior, number 75, Corbin Capitelli. At center, Colton Hall, 6'4", 270 sophomore. Right side, guard Broderick Jenkins, 6'0", 275 senior. And Connolly Fuller, a 6'7", 315 senior at the right tackle. The tight end, Carson Embry. The wide receivers, Wyke Walker, Bryce Wilkerson, TJ Josie, and Blake Jackson, the quarterback. Out in the shotgun with Markeith Miller to his right as they start going left to right across your computer monitor. Here's a quick swing pass out to the tight end, Embry, and gets past a tackler and is knocked out of bounds after no gain. The Oshkosh defense, they have a 3-4 front up front on the ends. It's Justin Watson and Marcus Sen, Max Atkins in the middle. The inside linebackers, Reese Dietzick, Brandon Lloyd, Jake Thien, and Jameer Szymanski on the outside. The corners, A.J. Pleva, Brad Walovich, and the safeties, Cameron Brown and Johnny Egan. 2nd down and 10 here for the Crusaders on their own 20-yard line here in the first quarter, just underway in Stagg Bowl 44. Jackson gets the snap. Quick drop, looking right. Now looking over to the left side, scrambling. Waiting for blockers to set up in front of him, trying to get to the right side, around the right side, and runs out of bounds after a short gain will bring up 3rd down and 7.
It didn't take long for us to see the first time where Blake Jackson had to make something happen with his mobility. He's very adept at doing that, but that also means that the Oshkosh defense was covering pretty well downfield. Also, nice job there by outside linebacker Jake Thien on closing on Jackson so he couldn't turn the corner and turn that 3-yard run into an 8-yard run and give him a 3rd and short.
Miller comes out. Denarian Thomas comes in for the Crew offense. Josie out wide to the right. Wilkerson slot right. 3 receivers out to the left. Jackson, quick swing pass out in the flat, complete to Thompson. And he is tripped up short of the first down. Pickup of about 3, and it will be 4th down and 4.
We told you in the pregame, tackling is going to be a factor. Jake Thien and Johnny Egan, the strong safety that time, there on the tackle. Twice on the first series, Mary Hardin-Baylor has a run-pass option. They just throw the bubble screen, so they're testing out whether Oshkosh is going to tackle well. So far, the Titans passed the test.
Dom Tottarello and Johnny Egan back deep to receive the punt for the Titans. Baylor Mullins standing at his own 11, awaiting the snap. Handled cleanly, gets the kick away. It is a low-line drive kick, and it's going to bounce and take a Mary Hardin-Baylor roll inside the 40 down to the 36-yard line. That will be a 36-yard punt, no return. 13:07 to go, and no score. We'll start with the Oshkosh offense across the front. Left tackle, 6'7", 310-pound senior Austin Hazy. Tyler Powers, the left guard, Ty Summers and Austin Summers, center and right guard, respectively. Vinny Basile, the All-American, at right tackle. Cody Moon, the starting tight end. Tottarello, Sam Mankowski, C.J. Blackburn, starting wide receivers. Casper in the shotgun with Dylan Hecker to his right. Man in motion is Blackburn in the backfield, and here is a handoff on 1st down up the middle. And stuffed after a very short gain will be 2nd down. Mary Hardin-Baylor across the front, a 4-2-5 look. A.J. Fanene and Tedrick Smith on the ends. Brazos Filler, Haston Adams, the defensive tackles for the Crew. Linebackers Matt Cody and Keith Renicky, the corners. Reggie Wilson and Raylan Hickey, the safeties. DeAndre Jackson, Baylor Mullins, and Hunter Schmidt. And those are your starting lineups for the Crusader defense. 2nd down and 9. Looking to throw on 2nd down, just out of the reach of Mankowski, incomplete.
Oshkosh, they give you so much to worry about formation-wise for a defense. Again, they come out and they'll go from double tight to 3 wide. They give you the jet sweep motion. They give you the orbit motion, and they'll run option out of it. They're also the team most likely to pull a trick play, but so far, nothing doing for the Titans on offense, setting up 3rd and 9.
Backs flanking Casper, who's standing in the shotgun. 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Short drop, looking over the middle. Looks it long over the middle. Pass complete in 1st down territory to Blackburn at the 35. Evades a tackler down to the 30, down to the 25 before he's finally brought down by Hickey along with Wilson, but a deep ball and a 3rd down conversion for the Titans.
Yeah, and for Mary Hardin-Baylor, when you're rushing 4 and you're dropping 7 into coverage, you should have they have 3 guys around the ball, but nobody around C.J. Blackburn, and it was actually a fairly easy pass for Brett Casper and the first long gain. And again, we talked about these teams never having been here before, being tight. That big play will loosen you up.
Already in Eli Wetstein's field goal range here. 1st down and 10 for the Titans at the Crusader 24-yard line. Here's the handoff in the backfield. Sweeping around is Tottarello. He's got some room across the 20 down to the 18. A good pickup of 7 on 1st down.
Yeah, and another reason why this Titans offense is so tough to defend is because they give the ball to so many players. Not only will Brett Casper throw the ball and occasionally run with it, Dylan Hecker will get it. He'll take direct snaps. And then Tottarello, listed as a wide receiver, but takes the handoff on that play, and you'll see some Devin Linsenmeyer as well later in this game.
30th carry on the season for Totterello, and it's 2nd down and 3 at the 17-yard line going in for the Titans. Fakes the handoff in the backfield. Casper looking to throw, looking in the end zone, and just again out of the reach of Menkowski, incomplete.
Yeah, he had Menkowski wide open. He just overthrew him. Really a great route by aligning 3 guys in the backfield. It basically was a one-man route, but he had it. He had it open, and he missed it.
It'll be 3rd down and short here for the Titans. Hecker in the backfield, along with Casper. 2 receivers to the near side, including Totterello in the slot, 1 receiver to the far. Play clock at 12. Takes the snap, short drop, looking right, and pass complete. Enough for the first down across the 10, inside the 10-yard line at the 9. And it will be a 1st down and goal for the Titans.
And already Mary Hardin-Baylor very comfortable playing zone, but giving up a lot of pass plays. You may have to see them mix it up defensively.
Chad Redmer on the reception. It puts the Titans at the 9-yard line. Menkowski, the receiver to the far side. A little extra beef in the backfield here on 1st down. Menkowski comes in motion. Casper takes the snap, gives it to Hecker. Hecker sweeps right across the 10, down inside the 8 to make it the 7-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and goal from there.
And now they're going to sub in Dylan Hecker. Here comes Devin Linsenmeyer coming into the game. He's a 6-foot, 215-pound senior running back.
And Casper is out of the game.
Yeah, and they've done now over the course of the season, they've lined Casper up as a wide receiver, but they pulled him from the game, which means Hecker's going to take the direct snap here. They do give a defense a lot to think about, and I think that's why Mary Hardin-Baylor is playing some basic zones on this first drive.
Now that's Hecker in the shotgun on 2nd and goal from the 7. Takes the direct snap, looking to go right, tries to skip over a tackler, still on his feet at the 5, spins down to the 3-yard line, pickup of 4 on 2nd and goal.
Yeah, Tedrick Smith and Reggie Wilson, 2 of Mary Hardin-Baylor's defensive stars, in on that tackle. Probably could have held that to a very short gain or a loss. Instead, they're looking at 3rd and 2, 3rd and goal from the 2 here for Oshkosh. And this is when that big physical Oshkosh offensive line, earns its scholarship money. Nothing doesn't earns its pride. Earns its pride.
Low snap, and Hecker handles it and plowing his way forward and into the end zone. Touchdown Titans. 9:38 to go in the first quarter, and UW-Oshkosh takes a 6-0 lead.
Well, Oshkosh lines up with 2 fullbacks, motions a running back across the formation, and then direct snaps to Hecker. So when you take the quarterback out of the game, you bring in 1 more guy who can block and or carry the ball. And then they just go right behind Austin Haase, Tyler Powers on the left side of the offensive line. Those guys 3'10", 275, and push Mary Hardin-Baylor off the ball.
Wettstein on to attempt the extra point. 62 out of 67 this season. Snap is good. Kick is on the way. Certainly has the distance, and it is good. So with 9:38 to go in the first quarter, we'll take a break. We'll be back after this. UW-Oshkosh leads Mary Hardin-Baylor 7-0. You're listening to Stagg Bowl 44 on D3Football.com.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, Stagg Bowl 44, and the Titans of UW-Oshkosh have struck first. They lead Mary Hardin-Baylor by the score of 7-0. I'm Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian. Dave McHugh is our producer, and we have Frank Rossi down on the sidelines checking in. Frank.
27 degrees of kickoff tonight, and a little bit of gamesmanship between the teams in terms of how they prep for this. Wisconsin-Oshkosh, their entire starting unit on offense was sleeveless during that entire series, where Mary Hardin-Baylor kind of half and half, and they're definitely, every time they're coming off the field, going directly for something with a heat source on it. Only the second time I can remember in 10 years on the sideline that they've actually set up hot benches, let alone some hot areas on the sideline, but the hot bench is actually being utilized tonight. The temperature should rise by a couple degrees as we keep going along. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank. Stay warm down there. We'll need you, I think, throughout this entire game. Pretty sure we'd like to have a sideline announcer who's not a popsicle, so that would be great. We appreciate you doing the work down there, and also repping Craig Sager with the sideline jacket. If you are watching on TV and have them muted and are listening to us, first of all, we appreciate you doing that. Secondly, keep an eye out for our own Frank Rossi on the sidelines. I don't know how much of the sport coat can show, but there's some of it out there. Mary Hardin-Baylor taking the kick at its own 10-yard line across the 20 up to the 25. Denarian Thomas finally run out of bounds at the 29-yard line. Second possession for Mary Hardin-Baylor, Keith, and the first one did not go all that well.
No, but naturally you'd think Mary Hardin-Baylor would press a little bit here, be really eager to get some first downs, and of course they would like to. But this is a team that they are fine, slowly progressing through the game because they adjust so well, especially after halftime. They kind of seem like they're plodding through it a lot of times. They did it against Wheaton, they did it against Mount Union, and then they open things up in the second half.
Josie lined up wide to the right. Embry, the tight end, out in a slot position. And here's Jackson, rolls left, looking over the middle. Pass complete and incomplete, in and out of the hands of Waikiki Walker at midfield.
Great call. Bad drop by Waikiki Walker. It was a half option, and then Blake Jackson picked it up and had Walker streaking down the middle of the field. He had his coverage beaten. And, again, great call because Walker just fakes like he's going to stalk block for a half a second and then runs past his man. That's the big play that could open this thing up for Mary Hardin-Baylor. Now you're facing 2nd and 10.
2nd and 10 at their own 29-yard line. It's Wilkerson out to the near side along with Josie. Here comes Walker in motion, left to right. Jackson, 3-step drop, steps up, looking to throw along the right side for Wilkerson, and Wilkerson hauls it in. No, they're going to say incomplete at the Oshkosh 40-yard line. Our officiating crew this evening out of the New Jersey Athletic Conference, referee Rob Cannon, along with Ava Smith, Michael Guthrie, Dave Milvey, Gerald Fry, Anthony Baciccio, Andy Venango, and, of course, instant replay and booth review is in play in this game as it was in the semifinals.
And look, that pass, because it was along the sideline, that's a little bit on Blake Jackson. He probably has to keep Wilkerson inbounds there, even though he wants to throw it over his outside shoulder so the defender doesn't have a chance to get it. But it's also on Wilkerson. This is now twice Mary Hardin-Baylor has opportunities for big plays, and the wide receivers drop the pass.
Embry, the tight end, sets up as a flanker in the backfield. Fakes near side, looking back. It's a screen pass completes to Embry. Embry's got the first down across the 40 out to the 41-yard line. First down of the night for the Crusaders.
Yeah, Jameer Szymanski had a chance to make that tackle after about a 5-yard gain. Once he missed it, Carson Embry was rumbling for a first down for Mary Hardin-Baylor.
Embry, 18th catch on the season for the Crusaders. Jackson, we mentioned in our pregame show as we announced him a D3Football.com third-team All-American, 3,111 yards passing coming into the evening, 785 yards on the ground, averaging 222 yards passing a game. 35 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and looking to throw here on 1st and 10. Now he's scrambling. He's going to take it and run and slide after a very short gain. Give him about 1. It'll be 2nd and 9.
And that looked like it may have been the same play call or very similar to the call on 1st down, just a play-action pass, but there was nothing there, so Blake Jackson took off and ran with it. Mary Hardin-Baylor now 4 plays on this drive, 4 pass calls. Play action. They took a shot deep along the sideline to Bryce Wilkerson. Then they went tight end screen on 3rd down. Then they went play action again after they got a 1st down.
It'll be 2nd down and long. Miller in the backfield behind Jackson. Fakes the snap to him, fakes the handoff to him, taking it himself, running up the right side across the 50, jumps away from a tackler, penalty marker out, into Oshkosh territory. Enough for the 1st down if this holds.
Yeah, well, it may be a hold because the flag is behind the play and where the wide receivers line up.
Kevin Neas is indicating face mask.
But the Mary Hardin Baylor players are walking backwards.
Holding, offense, number 10, 10-yard penalty, second down.
Yeah, it was also a face mask downfield that they called the hold.
Well, that's T.J. Josie, and that's their guy who's emerged actually as their best wide receiver this season. You know, coming in, you probably knew Bryce Wilkerson or Waikiki Walker's names a little more, but Josie, 50 catches, over 1,000 yards this season, 8 touchdown catches, but right there, a crucial hold because Mary Hardin Baylor had finally gotten it rolling a little bit.
Oh, they'll instead have second down and 17 back at their own 34-yard line. 3 receivers out to the left. Blake Jackson calling signals at the line of scrimmage. Play clock at 2. Takes a snap, looks a quick throw, pass complete to Embry at the 40-yard line for a gain of about 7. It'll bring up third down and about 10.
Yeah, and so second and long, second and 17, the Crew are just going to try to get some of those yards back, and because no defender lined up over Embry, Jackson took the quick hit to him and set up 3rd and 10 rather than having to go for a 3rd and 17.
Play call coming in from the sideline. 7:19 and counting to go in the first quarter. UW-Oshkosh leads Mary Hardin Baylor 7-0.
6 straight play calls on this drive, all passes for Mary Hardin Baylor.
They got 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left here on third down and 10. Short drop again for Jackson, looking at Wilkerson over the middle, but instead's got the first down out ahead to the 45, down to the 40-yard line for Walker.
Yeah, and Waikiki Walker that time it looks like a dig route, sits in the zone, and instead of taking the dig all the way across the middle of the field, just stops running. Jackson knew where to find him, and then another first down for Mary Hardin Baylor. 7 pass calls in a row. Now, Jackson did tuck a couple of those and run with it, but those were all design passes.
And this is Jackson on a design keeper instead of across the 35, still on his feet down to the 34-yard line, a pickup of 6 on first down.
So far we're seeing the two teams, the things they do well, they're both working for them offensively. Oshkosh giving a lot of formations and a lot to think about and then being very physical on its touchdown drive, and now Mary Hardin Baylor taking advantage of its athletic advantage.
Second down and 3. Here's Jackson, takes a snap, fakes the handoff, throw in the flat, and into too much traffic. Wilkerson had his bead on the ball, but Diedzik had pushed the defender, in fact, so far into the backfield that there was nowhere for him to throw.
Yeah, the bubble screen is there because there's 2 receivers and only 1 defender close to the line, but it just takes way too long to develop, and you do give Diedzik a lot of credit for running through his block and making that bubble screen be an incomplete pass.
So it'll be third down and short.
Actually, that was Brad Waltovich, the cornerback, who made that.
I kept looking for a number and didn't come up with a 31. That's because it's a 21. Out of the pistol, Jackson fakes the handoff, trying to keep it himself, evades a tackler in the backfield. He's got to get across the 35 or across the 30, and he does dive forward for the first down, a pickup of 5 on 3rd and 3.
And tackling so crucial for any great defense, but against Blake Jackson, who just makes guys miss, it turns what should be a loss into a first down. And that was Steve Forsner, the backup inside linebacker for Oshkosh, who had a chance to wrap up Jackson in the backfield and instead wrapped up a big armful of air.
Max Adkins, the nose tackle out of Jefferson, Wisconsin, a little bit slow to get up. Officials have blown play dead with 6:06 to go here in the first quarter, and Oshkosh leading 7-0.
What we have seen, even though Forner missed that tackle, he's in the right position. He runs the zone read fake. He does it. He plays his part where he's where he's supposed to be. So for the Titans defense, I think they're probably encouraged, especially when it comes to they're in the right place, but they have to tackle. Blake Jackson's tough to tackle. Waikiki Walker, T.J. Josie. We haven't seen Josie get the ball in his hands yet. Wilkerson, all these guys are really shifty. Dwayne Thompson, who they'll bring in at running back, is shifty. The only guy who's really kind of a bruiser is Markeith Miller, and they haven't handed off to him since the first drive.
It's one of those things that Cerrone was talking about in the pregame was one of the things they really need to focus on, like they did last week against John Carroll, is trying to keep the quarterback in the pocket. That's one thing when it's in a freshman, right? When it's Anthony Meglin, it's one thing. When it's Blake Jackson, a senior, third-team All-American, who's certainly got his eyes on bringing home walnut and bronze, this is certainly a different challenge for the Titan defense.
And you can actually go back 3 rounds. Oshkosh beat 3 top 10 teams to get here, but none of them had an athlete at quarterback like Blake Jackson. And I don't just mean a guy who's makes tacklers miss, but the style of play, the style of offense, not really similar for St. John's, St. Thomas, or John Carroll.
Max Adkins being helped off the field, coming off gingerly.
You know, and even if you go back through the course of the season, the really good teams that Oshkosh played, they played Wisconsin Whitewater and Wisconsin Platteville. Both of those are playoff teams from their conference.
But they didn't have this kind of quarterback.
No. So as great as they've been defensively all season, they've done better against bruising teams, against teams that are trying to just go way up the field against them. They really haven't had to face anyone who brings this kind of or requires this kind of discipline to tackle.
When we talked with Cerrone in the pregame, I asked him, which quarterback that you guys have played this season does this guy compare to? He said, none of them, not a one.
Right, and I think we talked about this on the podcast. You said, you know, even the guy for lacrosse, who's
Tarek Yagi.
Right, a really athletic quarterback, not in the way that Blake Jackson is. So just tackling is going to be tough. And so, look, sometimes you're gonna not get a clean shot on them. You grab a shirt, you grab a leg, you grab whatever you can, and you wait for the rest of the guys to get there. One thing about the Titans defense, they do pursue to the ball well. So if one person can get a hand on Jackson or whoever it is with the ball, there should be reinforcements on the way.
So Adkins favoring his knee. Matt Kahn, the sophomore backup in at nose tackle here on 1st down and 10 for the Crusaders at the Titans 29-yard line. And here is a sweep that goes for a couple of yards on the right side before it is Wilkerson being brought down after a short gain.
Yeah, Bryce Wilkerson, just 5'8", 160. They like him out there for his speed, and it's just a jet sweep that they give to him on 1st down. So I don't know if we have seen Markeith Miller carry the ball. We definitely haven't seen any straight-ahead runs from Mary Hardin-Baylor.
No, Blake Jackson, 5 carries for 17 is the entirety of the running game so far.
Yeah, everything they're doing is you're really not even seeing inside or outside zone. Everything they're doing is either trying to pass it up the field or Jackson tucking it and running.
Walker and Wilkerson out to the left side, and now going in motion is T.J. Josie to join them to the left. Pass thrown to the left. Josie with a couple of blockers in front of him gets across the 25 down to the 24. It'll make it 3rd down and just about 5 here with 5:10 to go in the first quarter, 7-0 UWO.
So this is basically a bubble screen, but instead of running it 2 against 1 on the far side of the field, they motioned to make it 3 against 2, but it takes too long. It just took too long to develop. And if you're going to try to get it out there, you got to get the ball to your offensive player in stride so he can have the advantage against the tacklers.
3rd down and 4. Again, Jackson on the keeper, rolling out, fakes a pass. He keeps it himself across the 20, spins, and is brought down at the 19-yard line by Walovich, but again, enough for the 1st down.
Yeah, 3rd and 4. Jackson has a run-pass option, so not even – it's a zone read fake there, but not much of a fake. And then he has the ball in his hands around his shoulders like he's going to pass it. And then, again, just have to wrap him up in the open field. They're getting to him before the 1st down marker, but he makes just enough of a Titan defender miss for that 3rd and 3, or 3-yard run to become the 4 that he needed on 3rd and 4.
In the regular season, Jackson made Linfield pay so many times on 3rd down conversions with his feet in the 2nd quarter of that game.
And just from the style of offense that Mary Hardin-Baylor is calling right now, you can tell they feel like they have the advantage on the outside.
1st and 10, looking on the left side, looking in the left corner, pass up and knocked away, incomplete.
And again, it's there. Takes too long for Jackson to get it out there. So it's Wyke Walker on the far side of the formation, and Egan gets over there. Actually, I'm not even sure if that's Egan.
That is.
He gets over there, but he had there's just too much air under the ball, and the ball comes out too slowly. If Jackson throws that right away to Walker, it's a touchdown, but he gave Egan time to get over there. And remember, Egan is the player who had 3 interceptions against St. Thomas in that 8 turnover game in the quarterfinals, so you don't want to be throwing the ball up around him.
Egan with a team-high 8 interceptions on the season coming into the night. Miller out of the backfield in motion here on 2nd down and 10. Jackson scrambling, looking for somebody to get open, now runs to the left side, cuts up the middle at the 20, across the line of scrimmage, down to the 15, so he makes something out of it. And it will be a 3rd down now and about 6 for the Crew.
Well, perhaps an underappreciated part of Jackson scrambling around there in the backfield is the fact that there's nobody near him. So you give credit to DeJuan Ramirez, Corbin Campitelli, Colton Hall, Broderick Jenkins, and Connolly Fuller. That's that Mary Hardin-Baylor offensive line. Haven't seen a Titan get near Blake Jackson except on a run play.
Conversely, the Titans defense, the secondary, has done a great job defending so many seconds on that play.
Absolutely. And that was basically, I think he had a bubble screen option on both sides in that play.
3rd and 6 from the Titan 15-yard line for the Crusaders. Fake the sweep. Jackson drops back, looking to throw. Again, being chased out of the pocket across the 20 to the 15, trying to get to the corner to the 10, trying to get to the first down marker. He's really close to it, needs to get to the 8, and the initial spot is right on top of it.
And again, Jackson scrambling around, but he has nobody chasing after him. Now, maybe that's by design by the Titans in the sense that they want to keep him in front rather than run past him by rushing guys off the edges. But it's giving Jackson time to find room to run and lanes to go forward.
They give him a first down, so it'll be 1st and goal from the 8. 2:54 and counting here in the first quarter.
This is also now the 15th play of the drive. Actually, this will be the 16th play.
A lot of it, Blake Jackson with his feet. Looking to run again, looking to toss. Toss on the option to Miller. Miller is run out of bounds, hit out of bounds at the 8. No gain. It'll be 2nd down and goal from there.
Yeah, they played the option perfectly right there, did UW-Oshkosh. Had a body on Jackson, so he had to pitch it and then strung it out to the corner, so Keith Miller wasn't able to turn it up the corner, and it was Cole Yoder who made the difference on that one.
2nd and goal from the 8. Two receivers out to the near side are TJ Josie and Bryce Wilkerson. Tight end to the left, one receiver to the left here on a 2nd down and goal from the 8. And on the keeper, Jackson up the middle, squirts through to the 5, and it'll be 3rd down from there.
Well, and what a huge 3rd down it will be. Mary Hardin-Baylor, 95 touchdowns this season, just 9 field goals. And you go back to last week's semifinal, when John Carroll finally got down in the red zone in the second half, Oshkosh tightened up on defense, limited them to a field goal. So this play right here inside the 10-yard line, real big, obviously, for early in this game, but also strength against strength, because Mary Hardin-Baylor's done a great job of converting touchdowns. Almost 80% of their red zone opportunities turn into touchdowns.
Now the 19th play of the drive for the Crusaders, and it's a 3rd down and goal from just inside the 6.
And they may be in 2-down territory.
And they're going to take a timeout here with 1:18 to go. Play clock all the way down to 1. Let's send it downstairs for Frank Rossi, who's got an update for us.
And earlier you saw an injury by number 95, Max Atkins, defensive lineman for UW-Oshkosh. It was his right knee area. They tried to let him walk on it. It didn't look too good. He was in obvious pain. They iced it up. He's questionable for the rest of the game, obviously. Back up to you guys.
All right. Thanks a lot, Frank. And that'll be something that, I don't know. Some of these plays have attacked straight up the middle. It's been, Jackson keeping himself, not so much straight ahead, plow ahead with your big back, but that's been a big part of their play on this drive here.
Well, look, now would be a good time to run straight ahead. You have Keith Miller. He's 5'10", 215 pounds. Oshkosh in the 3-4 defense is without its nose tackle, Max Adkins, so they bring in the backup, Matt Kahn. That's a time you take. When you take this time out, first of all, the first thing they're deciding is, are they going to run 2 plays here? If they don't score, they're on the 5-yard line. If they don't score, are they going to run another play? My guess is they probably would, especially if they gain 2 or 3 yards here, because that's kind of how Mary Hardin-Baylor likes to roll the dice, but also because just 8 of 15 field goals on the season for John Mowry. I don't think you want to have a 20-play drive and come away with 0 points. You don't necessarily want to have a 19-play drive where you come away with 3 points. They want to get 7 out of this, so they take the timeout. They'll talk about which 2 plays they're going to run here. I'd be surprised if they attempted a field goal.
Well, they definitely won't attempt it on 3rd down.
That's true. Now the counter logic is you want to get that 0 off the board, but I think you put together right now a drive that's 18 plays, 66 yards. We're about to see the 19th play here. You just got to get 7 out.
Yeah, and I would say even more likely so if Mary Hardin-Baylor were just kind of plowing straight ahead, and you think you know that you can get 5 yards in 2 plays, right? They have been very successful in getting 5 yards in 2 plays, but it's not because of dominance up front. It's because Blake Jackson's such a dynamic playmaker with his feet.
Sure, but this would also be a good time to switch it up. Everything they've done has been on the flanks, bubble screens, passes and then Jackson scrambling and making something happen. Now might be a good time to get behind your offensive line. Again, the Titans are missing their nose tackle. Just give it to your 215-pound running back at least once.
The 3rd down and goal from the 5-yard line. As we said, the 19th play of the drive. Waikiki Walker out wide to the left. It's Josie and Wilkerson to the right. Jackson in the shotgun with Miller to his right. Here's the snap. Give to Miller, fakes the give, looking to throw, and a pass is batted down at the line of scrimmage, so it'll be 4th down and goal.
So they took a pass, they lined up the tight end, Carson Embry, in the backfield, faked it to Miller, and then tried to get a quick slant in to Josie, but the ball was batted down by Justin Watson. So 4th and goal here for Mary Hardin-Baylor.
And they're going to attempt the field goal. Out of the hold of Kyle Jones, the backup quarterback. Maury, as we mentioned, 8 of 15 on field goals this season. Is a 22-yard attempt. Kick is on the way. Of course, plenty of distance from that range, and it is good. So with 1:11 to go here in the first quarter, the lead has been cut to 7-3. 7-3. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. You're listening to Stagg Bowl 44 on D3Football.com.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And
Yeah?
Go.
All right, we're back here at the Stagg Bowl. Kickoff is bobbled by Tottarello, but he comes up with it and falls on it at the 24-yard line, so that's where Oshkosh will take over. Now, Oshkosh offense, Keith, has been on the sidelines a long time. Obviously 27-degree cold doesn't really bother the folks from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, but the offense has been off the field for a bit.
Yeah, and they have had one possession. It was a 3.5-minute possession. Mary Hardin-Baylor is coming off a 20-play, 66-yard field goal drive. It's 7-3, a little bit of a win for the Titans defense there down inside the red zone. Mary Hardin-Baylor needs its defense to win on this possession.
1st and 10 for the Titans from their own 24. They're going right to left across your computer monitor here in the first quarter. And Casper got a delayed handoff in the backfield and trying to get around the outside is Redmer, it looks like, and it will be 2nd down.
Yeah, and Redmer did a nice job of outrunning Tedrick Smith and Baylor Mullins. Those guys had a chance to get him behind the line of scrimmage, and he turned it into a 3-yard gain, maybe 4.
It'll be 2nd down. 2nd down at about 6. Titans in the black with the white numerals and the gold trim. White pants, gold tops, purple numbers for the crew, and looking long over the middle and overthrowing Menkowski, incomplete as Casper. It'll be 3rd down at 6.
So the seams were wide open on the first possession for Mary Hardin-Baylor. So why not, for Wisconsin-Oshkosh, so why not test it again? That time, though, Menkowski double covered over the top by Reggie Wilson and Hunter Schmidt, sorry.
Spring training for everybody.
It should be the end of the season, right? I should know Hunter Schmidt when I see him.
It'll be 3rd down and a little over 5. huge crowd here, especially considering 18-hour drive from Belton, Texas. They have a huge fan base here, trying to make something out of nothing in the backfield, and not much is made out of it. It'll be it was bringing up a 4th down and 5.
Yeah, so even though the Titans are going to punt here, interesting offensive philosophy. Twice they tried to use Mary Hardin-Baylor's get-off against them. They're basically trying to let Tedrick Smith and A.J. Fanani run themselves up the field on 3rd downs and then get that delayed handoff in behind them. That time, though, Baylor Mullins with the tackle. And he's the heart of the Mary Hardin-Baylor defense. He's their rover, kind of middle safety in that 4-2-5 defense.
There's a timeout on the field. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. It's the end of the first quarter, and UW-Oshkosh leads Mary Hardin-Baylor 7-3. It's Stagg Bowl 44 on D3Football.com.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
to stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault. Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Turner Geishart gets the punt off, and with the wind at his back, and Wilkerson has it pop out of his hands, but he picks it up and then runs out of bounds at the 21-yard line. We had called the end of the first quarter before we went to break, and then the officials put 3 seconds back on the clock. Oshkosh took timeout to preserve the wind for that punt and got a little bit out of it. And now we are at the end of the first quarter. By the way, score still 7-3, UW-Oshkosh. Keith, what we've seen here is a couple of things. I think also not only, of course, they preserved the win, but, that Titan defense had been on the field for quite a bit, and they did not get much respite from their offense. That added at least, 2.5 minutes or so that they got to stand on the sidelines.
Sure, and during the course of a D3 season, games aren't on TV, so you don't have TV timeout. So that's something that, these players deal with for the first time really in the semifinals, and then they deal with it again. Now, Pat Cerrone was able to call on friends from the WIAC who've been here before, who can tell them how to, what's different between a regular season D3 game and these the semifinals and final. The big difference is the TV timeouts and the ability to replay and challenge plays.
UW-Oshkosh comes in a runner-up out of the WIAC this season, 13-1 overall. UW-Whitewater was the champions of the winter Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference and got that with a head-to-head 17-14 victory in front of a D3 record 17,535 fans at Perkins Stadium back in October. But it is Oshkosh that is still standing here today, and they come out of the first quarter with a 7-3 lead, but not having had the ball for very long and about to put the defense back on the field.
Yeah, well, shows you what a powerful conference the WIAC is this season. To have its runner-up make the national championship game, to have 3 teams in the postseason, just the second time that's happened. For Oshkosh, I think this first quarter is so exciting for us because you see each team doing a little bit of what it does well. Oshkosh, again, throws so much at a defense in terms of looks. You almost never see the same formation twice from them. So Mary Hardin-Baylor sits back in these very simple zones just so they don't have to do a lot of adjusting, and it left a lot of room for Brett Casper to throw on the scoring drive in the first half. Then Mary Hardin-Baylor used its athleticism. You tried to get an advantage on the flanks, throwing bubble screens, throwing the ball up the field. And those bubble screens, what they do is they hold the defensive backs, and it gives just an extra bit of time to throw down the field. So Mary Hardin-Baylor mixing it up, Oshkosh mixing it up. I think we're looking at what's looking like a pretty exciting game. The fact that it's 7-3, big deal there. I thought that defensive stop for the Titans.
in the first quarter. Casper 2 of 5 passing for 47 yards for Oshkosh. On the ground, the Titans 7 carries for 22 yards. Dylan Hecker 4 for 10, including the touchdown run. C.J. Blackburn with one of the 2 receptions for 39 yards. Blake Jackson for the Crew, 7 of 12 passing for 47 yards. He also had 35 yards on the ground in 9 carries. That is 82 of the 82 yards of total offense so far through 15 minutes for the Crusaders. They will turn around and go right to left across your computer monitor here in the second half, in the second quarter. And the first play of the quarter is a give to Miller, who tries to get some room on the left side and gets exactly 0.
Well, big tackle there by Jameer Szymanski, but he had a little help stretching that out. Jake Thien was in on that play as well, and that's pretty much the difference between Mary Hardin-Baylor's successful plays and the plays that haven't been so successful for the Crew is how well Oshkosh tackles. When the first guy gets there and is able to get a good grab, the rest of the cavalry comes and takes him out.
It's Walker split out wide to the left side, 2 receivers out to the right here on a 2nd down and 11. And Jackson, the keeper, finds a little bit of room up the middle. Not much, though, and he is brought down after a gain of about 5, so it'll be 3rd down and 7.
So Mary Hardin-Baylor finally decides to run a play up the middle, but using the tight end, Carson Embry, and then the 215-pound tailback, Markeith Miller, as lead blockers for Blake Jackson, their best player with the ball in his hands.
Crew brings the play in from the sidelines. It's a no huddle, but it is not a hurry up for the Crusaders by any stretch of the imagination. Out of the pistol with Miller behind him on 3rd and 8 with 2 receivers to each side. Fakes the handoff. Jackson looking to throw. Pass complete to Walker at the 31. Spins out of a tackle. Gets up to the 34, and that's what he needed to get the first down.
When Waikiki Walker, when we first got to know him as a key player for the Crusaders over the course of a few years ago, he was kind of just a big play down the field guy, but now he's developed into a possession receiver, a guy who can work outside or out of the slot and is not afraid to make catches in traffic, which he did on that play.
Walker, 5'11", 185-pound senior out of San Antonio, came into the night with 38 catches for 501 yards and 7 touchdowns. He is again split out wide to the near side, 2 receivers to each side for the Crusaders, and Miller to the left of Jackson. And Miller gets the call this time on 1st down, and across the 40, spins and falls forward to the 43, a pickup of 10 on 1st down.
And Mary Hardin-Baylor now, they start to hold that defense with the deep passes, and Oshkosh starts to back off and play 2 deep safeties, and now they're able to run it up the middle. That time, the Titans tried to blitz Jameer Szymanski off the far side, but the play went opposite to the blitz.
First play for positive yardage on the ground for Markeith Miller here on the evening. Here's a quick swing pass out in the flat to Wilkerson. Complete to the 45 up to midfield and runs out of bounds there. A gain of 7 on 1st down.
Well, that time they got the bubble screen out a little more quickly, but the key really was the cut block by Janelle Reed. He's a backup wide receiver, a freshman. And, anytime you're a freshman and you're on the 58-man roster in the Stagg Bowl, you're probably going to have a pretty good career.
It's Walker out to the near side along with Wilkerson. Tight end to the left here on 2nd down and 3 at midfield. 12:23 to go in the first half. Swing pass again to Wilkerson. He's got the 1st down across the 45. Penalty marker comes out at the end of the play after a gain of 7.
Now let's see if that's targeting or a face mask late. Clearly the ball was in Wilkerson's hands, and as he went to the ground, I'm not sure what. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was.
I didn't see anything of that type anyway.
Another thing we don't get during the season, Pat, when
offense, number 7, 77, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one stumbling over words at some point tonight. Hey, it's cold out here. I don't expect him to get every word out right away. A hold for Mary Hardin-Baylor. And that's going to set the offense back to 2nd and 11. The play, again, was another bubble screen. And Mary Hardin-Baylor has made a very deliberate attempt to get the ball in the hands of its playmakers, whether it's Wilkerson, whether it's Walker. Haven't seen Josie yet.
2nd down and 11, and a super delayed handoff, and that's going to lose about 8 yards. Handed off to him 8 yards deep in the backfield, and he was hit right away back at the 35.
Well, that draw may have fooled a lot of people, but it didn't fool Brandon Lloyd. He's the 6', 220-pound senior inside linebacker for the Titans. He was being blocked, but not well enough. He was on top of that play, and Markeith Miller never had a chance.
going backwards here over the course of the last two plays. The initial hold on the previous play happened so far downfield that they ended up with a 2nd and 11 after the 10-yard penalty, but now 3rd down and a 17. Jackson looking to throw, not finding anybody open, dancing around out to the right side. Gets out of a tackle, looking to still throw, and it's picked off. Indeed, picked off just inside of midfield. Coming up with it, A.J. Pleva, the sophomore out of South Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with his 4th interception of the season.
Yeah, really an ill-advised throw by Blake Jackson. Because it was 3rd down, Mary Hardin-Baylor is going to get an opportunity to punt and gain about 40 yards of field position in that. And as he throws it, now the Oshkosh will take over just across actually right at midfield on the 50-yard line. And Blake Jackson, for all he brings to the offense, he does that. He sometimes will have an ill-advised throw, and that time just trying to make something happen to Wyke Walker on the sideline. It wasn't going to be enough for the first down. Anyway, maybe it was right at the sticks, but Blake Jackson is much better off holding that and letting his offense punt.
Instead, the Titans will take over 1st and 10 right at midfield. 11-11 to go here in the second quarter, and the Titans with a 7-3 lead. And here is Hecker with the direct snap on the keeper. Penalty marker comes out. Gain of a couple. But we'll see what is made of this.
Well, the penalty came out right at the snap along the line of scrimmage.
Hecker
defense, number 50. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
That'd be offsides against Tedrick Smith.
Well, interesting that Smith would be offside because you have seen enough passing from him to want to get up the field, but they've been trying to use that speed against him. That's why they ran 2 delayed handoffs on the previous drive. So now Smith, that aggressiveness, the same traits that helped him have 14 sacks this season, 14 and a half sacks, now the Oshkosh has figured out how to use those against him.
Hecker out of the shotgun. Linsenmeyer to his left. Moon, the tight end here. He gives the handoff to Linsenmeyer, trying to sweep around the right side. Got some room across the 45, down to the 44-yard line. A short gain on 1st and 5 will bring up 2nd and 4.
And that looked like just simple outside zone. And I just don't think that is Oshkosh's strength, running laterally against this Mary Hardin-Baylor defense, because they pursue so well and they tackle so well. Raylon Hickey was in on that, and Baylor Mullins was there as well. It's just not where Oshkosh has the advantage. They're much better giving you all those formations and then trying to push it up the field.
Casper back in the game in the pistol here on 2nd down and 3. Hecker behind him. Here he fakes the give to Hecker. Here's a pass that is complete to Menkowski across the 40 and pretty much right at the 40, just beyond the sticks. A 1st down for the Titans.
So we've seen a lot of bubble screen from Mary Hardin-Baylor. This time it's the opposite of a bubble screen, where the slot receiver blocks in front of the outside receiver, and the outside receiver takes a couple steps back off the line. In that case, Menkowski, just to get – you want to get your hands – the ball in the hands of your best playmaker, so you get it right to Menkowski and let him make something happen.
Jacob Grant split out wide to the near side. Blackburn comes in motion, but thrown to the far side is complete for Menkowski to the 35, down to the 33, a pickup of 6 on 1st down.
Yeah, and that's 2 plays in a row now. And Oshkosh offense, Luke Vinay, the offensive coordinator, so smart. If Mary Hardin-Baylor is going to play off zone, they'll just take the 5 yards, the quick hitch to Menkowski.
It'll be 2nd down and 3. Same 2 receivers to the near side. Again, Menkowski to the far sideline. There is a give to Hecker in the backfield. Hecker still on his feet across the 30. Still on his feet, pushing to the 25. And that is enough for the 1st down. Once again, the Titans move the chains.
Well, yeah, 2nd and 4. And that probably should have been wrapped up somewhere in the backfield. Really nice block by Vinny Basile, the right tackle. Gives Hecker a chance to get into the open field and then drag a few guys with him for a little bit extra after he gets the 1st down.
Basile, the 6'2", 295-pound senior out of Racine, Wisconsin, D3Football.com All-American. You can find that full list on the front page of D3Football.com. We're very organized. We actually got it posted before the game started. We figured things out finally. Here is a handoff to Hecker in the backfield. No, it's a quick toss to Linsenmeyer across the 25 down to the 24, a pickup of 6.
Well, that time Tedrick Smith burst into the backfield, had a chance to blow up that play, but Casper gets the pitch off in time, and Mary Hardin-Baylor doesn't tackle so well. So for all the praise we give their tackling, that time Chris Brown misses the tackle, and Tevin Jones, the backup middle linebacker, has to come in and make the play. And so now you're looking at still a pretty 2nd and long, but tackling. We're going to harp on it all night here for both of these teams, but especially for the Titans. But we've seen now a couple plays in a row where Mary Hardin-Baylor's missed some tackles.
Minkowski and Blackburn out wide to the left. Gerhardt gets the give in the backfield, trying to sweep around the left side. The freshman tries to cut it up and gets nowhere. A short gain, no gain, maybe a loss. It'll be third down and long.
Now that's the kind of tackling you want to see. Baylor Mullins, the Rovers in the backfield. He kind of dives on the ground to get through his block. He misses it, but 3 Mary Hardin-Baylor defenders led by Raylon Hickey, the cornerback, there to make the tackle. That's the kind of tackling both defenses want to see, but certainly Mary Hardin-Baylor, you want to see your guys rally to the ball. And again, every time Oshkosh tries to take it wide, those plays go for short yardage. When they go straight ahead, they do great.
So third down and 10 for the Titans at the Crew 25-yard line. Here's a quick out, batted at the line of scrimmage, is going to fall incomplete. It'll bring up fourth down. Now, not at all outside of Wettstein's field goal range. He's gone from as long as 50 this season, and the wind is pretty dead at this moment, so they could bring out the field goal unit if they want.
Yeah, and that play broken up by Haston Adams. You know, we know him as the guy who was a Heisman Trophy candidate, but he's actually 6'5", so breaking up a pass is kind of part of his repertoire.
Offense stays on the field here on fourth down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Casper in the shotgun with backs flanking him. He takes a 3-step drop. He's now chased out of the pocket, steps forward, and he's going to be wrapped up short of the initial line of scrimmage, let alone the first down. So turnover on downs. The Crusaders will get the ball back here with 7:31 to go in the first half.
Yeah, and Pazzaroni's a little bit of a risk taker like this. Didn't like the I don't think the wind was a factor. I just don't think he liked his chances for a long field goal there. But they didn't have a much better chance of converting a 4th and 10. That's the time when that Mary Hardin-Baylor defensive line really gets after the quarterback.
7:31 to go here in the second quarter. We'll take a break and we'll be back after this here on Stagg Bowl 44. It's UW-Oshkosh 7, University of Mary Hardin-Baylor 3.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
What's your code that's doing it?
And we're back on the D3Football.com Stagg Bowl 44. Broadcast here on Frank Rossi on the field. Blake Jackson, during that last series, received a little treatment to his left knee, a little bit skinned up, got that patched up, and he should be good to go on the next series. Overall, the two teams, comparing teams we've seen before here in the last 10 years, very loose on the sideline. Tedrick Smith was trying to talk up a little bit of a conversation with me on the sideline, things that I'm not even used to with the teams that we've experienced before down here, guys. So overall, a loose first half for the teams sideline-wise. We'll see that changes throughout the game. Back up to you.
All right, thanks, Frank. That must be a fun change of pace for you. That's certainly a bit of a different way to go. And it's Crusaders with the ball here, 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. Jackson rolling out, being chased, rolling out again. Still, finally, just has to throw it away. Heaves it to the sidelines, gets it out of bounds, and lives to fight another down.
When sometimes that mobility doesn't buy you any positive yardage, but it buys you the lack of a big loss. And there were 3 Oshkosh defenders in the backfield that time. So, just not getting sacked there, a big deal. Going back to Frank's point, these two teams reflect the personality of their head coaches, Pazzaroni and Pete Fredenberg. When you get to know them, both of those kind of fun guys, no surprise that their teams are that way.
2nd down and 10 for the Crusaders from their own 25-yard line. 2 receivers out to each side and looking to toss it on the option. Gets it to Miller across the 30 up to the 34-yard line, and it'll bring up 3rd down and short.
Well, that's actually the first time we've seen Dwayne Thompson in the backfield today. And after a few series, they'll rotate him in with Markeith Miller as the tight end. And look, for as far as the Titans had to travel from Wisconsin, all these guys coming from Texas, Dwayne Thompson's actually from Washington, D.C. He probably had family that could drive down. I probably should have caught a ride with him.
You probably should. They were probably here before you were.
Fair point. Fair point.
3rd down and less than 1. Fake the handoff. Here's a quick swing pass out to the right-hand side, and it's complete to Walker. He only needed about a half yard, and he only got about 1.5. That's Denarian Thomas, T.J. Josie for the first down, I think, getting his first catch of the day.
And again, these they're just throwing the bubble screen, which basically means that time he didn't even run the bubble. He just basically lined up in the slot and stood there and waited for the ball. And third and 1, it's a tough tackle to make, but tackling. We got a little bit of a hold there too, but tackling is going to be the key, and also getting the holding call.
The 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Here's Jackson, got some room across the 40, up to the 43. Another big gain on 1st down to bring up 2nd down and 3.
So Dwayne Thompson is a junior. He's 5'9", 200, and Markeith Miller, we've talked about a couple times. He's a sophomore who's 215. Both of those guys, if they don't get the zone read handoff, they know they better start blocking, because Blake Jackson is in there right behind him running the ball. And if they're just kind of dancing around in that hole, they're going to get popped by the Titans, and they're going to miss a block that gets their quarterback hurt.
11 carries for 46 yards on the night for Jackson. Here, 2nd down and 2. Fakes the handoff, throws a quick out to Wilkerson at the 40, up to the 45, across the sticks for the 1st down. Ball comes out, but straight out of bounds. So it will remain a Crusader football and a 1st down and 10 to boot.
And when you have a quarterback like Blake Jackson, you could do these run-pass option plays where first Jackson gives the zone read fake to the run in the middle, so all the defenders have to respect that. Then Jackson
fumble on the play, the ball back to the spot and a fumble.
Right, you can't gain yards, but you can't fumble out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm just not sure
gain yards.
If they don't call this a 1st down, I'm not sure that this is a spot that I wouldn't challenge, in all honesty. I don't think that's where the ball came out, in my opinion, but my opinion counts for very little in this regard. I understand they do move the chains, so it'll be 1st down and 10 at the 46.
So they kind of split the difference. They didn't give him all the yardage, but they gave him the 1st down. All's fair.
Yeah, it saves us from having to go look at the booth for a while. Here's Jackson, now sets up, looks to throw, complete to Waikiki Walker at the 35 into Titan territory for another 1st down.
So as Mary Hardin-Baylor hits these bubble screens repeatedly, it gets those Oshkosh cornerbacks coming up trying to tackle, right? You don't want to miss tackles. Well, then after you do that a couple times, Blake Jackson can run that fake, pull it up, and hit Waikiki Walker on a quick slant up the field. Big gain for Mary Hardin-Baylor. So they need their offense their base plays to work so they can build off of them.
Here's a handoff to Thompson's got some room, squirts through the middle across the 30 down to 25, carrying a couple of tacklers forward down to the 21-yard line, and that's enough for a 1st down, a gain of 12 on 1st down for the Crusaders.
And Mary Hardin-Baylor, that 20-play drive, I didn't think it was so great that they got the field goal, but now you see on this drive that Oshkosh defense starting to look a little bit tired, missing tackles that they were making earlier on in the game. They've been on the field now 15 minutes of the 23 minutes so far gone in this game.
Jackson on the keeper on 1st down, dances at the 20 to the 15, up to the 10, inside the 10, 1st down and goal for the Crusaders at the 8-yard line.
The same thing as the previous play. Now you get Blake Jackson running forward straight ahead, and a play that maybe with a solid tackle is a 4-yard gain becomes a 12-yard gain. Now this is what Mary Hardin-Baylor does, and so when they fall behind, as they have in 8 games, now 9 counting today, they don't panic because they just wear you down over the course of a game.
The 1st down and goal from the 8-yard line for the Crusaders. 2 receivers out to each side. It's Jackson, fakes the pitch, keeps it himself across the 5, stacked up by Matt Kahn and the rest of the defensive front after a gain of 3. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 5.
Mary Hardin-Baylor still trailing at this point, 7-3, and the 2nd quarter coming up on the 4-minute mark, but it sure feels like they've taken control of the game, doesn't it? Now that first drive, Pat, Oshkosh scored with such ease. Almost started to wonder, is Oshkosh going to run away with this thing? But this is what Mary Hardin-Baylor does. And this is what we want to see in a championship game, 2 teams that go back and forth against each other.
Josie and Wilkerson out to the right side on 2nd down and goal from the 5, and UW-Oshkosh will take timeout with 3:46 to go here in the 2nd quarter. UW-Oshkosh leads Mary Hardin-Baylor by the score of 7-3. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment here on Stagg Bowl 44.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game, but for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, Salem Stadium, the home to the Amos Alonzo Stagg Bowl here, Stagg Bowl 44. I'm Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi on the sidelines, Dave McHugh, our producer here on D3Football.com's audio coverage of the Stagg Bowl, and it is a second down and goal from the 5 coming up here for Mary Hardin-Baylor, Keith.
Mary Hardin-Baylor's done a great job of putting together, building offense. It seemed like they run almost a disproportionate amount of bubble screens, but it opened up the pass. Because you get those cornerbacks coming up trying to tackle, it opened up a big pass for Waikiki Walker on this drive. And then just over the course of this first half, the Oshkosh defense has been on the field for so many plays in a row, they're really starting to wear down. The timeout helps, though.
Second down and goal from the 5. He's got Thompson in front of him. Jackson running, get to the left corner, trying to reach it over the line. He's going to end up short of the end zone, but it'll be third down and goal from just about the 1 yard line.
Yeah, it goes out just in front of the 1 yard line marker and lost the ball as he stuck it out there. I guess you could do that on the sideline because if you fumble it, you fumble out of bounds. But that's certainly dangerous, especially in a 7-3 game. Inside the red zone, you need points. You got to be careful with the ball. Even though you always want your players to sort of smell the end zone and stick the ball over there, Jackson has to be really careful.
Embry comes out. Lane Smith comes in wearing 89 as an extra blocking back in the backfield. And here's once again, it's over the top for Blake Jackson, and is he in for the touchdown. So Crusaders take the lead here with 3:16 to go, up 9-7 pending the extra point.
Both of these teams do an amazing job of using all 11 guys on offense. And by that we mean bringing in extra blockers because their quarterbacks can run or because Oshkosh will direct snap to Hecker. They have an extra blocker. And that time, the last 2 plays since the timeout, you just bring in the extra blocker, line up a tight end in the backfield as your fullback, and let Blake Jackson be your running back. Saves you time. You don't have to hand off, and you can set up your blocks. And then Jackson, of course, is the best ball carrier on Mary Hardin-Baylor anyway. So they've taken control of this game. They've finally taken the lead, but Oshkosh is going to have 3:16 to work with before half.
Mallory on to attempt the extra point, kick on the way. And it is good. So with 3:16 to go, it is a 10-7 lead. Let's check in downstairs. No, we're not going to check in downstairs. We are going to keep it here. That's what that hand signal is. I got you now. I wanted to point out, though, I mentioned Lane Smith came in wearing number 89. That's because he has 2 uniform numbers. He wears 63 as a backup left guard, and when he needs to come in as eligible in the backfield, they have an 89 waiting for him.
Does he change on the sideline?
He changes jerseys.
Well, there you go. Frank said he's never had a conversation with a player during the game. He may have never seen a guy change in the middle of the game. Now, Mount Union does have sometimes matching numbers, like a 2 for offense and a 2 for defense, but we haven't seen a guy actually rip off the jersey on the sideline and put another one on.
We'll take a short break, and we'll be back in just a moment. 3:16 to go here in the first half. It's 10-7 Mary Hardin-Baylor and Stagg Bowl 44.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
For the love of the game, But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference. For the love of the game.
Back
but
out
for
here
those of
at
us who are
Salem
Division
Stadium,
III
where
student athletes.
Mary Hardin-Baylor has just completed an 11-play, 75-yard drive and taken its first lead of the game, 10-7 over UW-Oshkosh here with 3:16 to go in the second quarter of Stagg Bowl 44. Blake Jackson, 13 of 20 passing for 91 yards, an interception, rushing 15 carries for 67 yards and a touchdown in the second quarter, Keith. That is, the numbers for him, 6 carries for 32 yards, and that's just after the quarter changed.
Yeah, I think beyond just Blake Jackson, Mary Hardin-Baylor has done a great job of ball control, obviously, getting first downs on third down. Since the opening possession for Wisconsin-Oshkosh, where they went on a 9-play scoring drive, Mary Hardin-Baylor has run 41 of the next 52 plays.
Tottarella takes the kick at his own 5-yard line, working his way forward to the 20, out to the left side to the 25, out of bounds at the 27-yard line. So the Mary Hardin-Baylor defense, which has been on the sidelines for 18-24 of this first half, comes back out on the field. The Oshkosh offense, haven't seen too much of them. They had that successful first drive, then 3 and out, and by the way, most of a quarter later, here, you can get back on the field now.
Yeah, well, Mary Hardin-Baylor, 20-play field goal drive, 11-play touchdown drive, so there you go. That's why we haven't seen a whole lot of the Oshkosh offense. They tried to run, they ran draw twice on 1 3-and-out possession, trying to get Tedrick Smith and A.J. Fanene to sort of run themselves out of the play.
I understand people watching on TV may already have bingo. That's impressive. We're not even to halftime yet. I think you're not going to get too much cliche out of us here on this call. Here's a first down handoff for a minimal to no gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10 after Linsenmeyer comes off the bottom of the pile.
Pat, I will let you know that I was disappointed in myself for mentioning Mount Union, although it was relevant to this game because we were talking about the jersey numbers.
There you go.
But it took us still deep in the second quarter.
No, and that in all honesty, that's not on the bingo card. You can mention Mount Union. You just can't say, I can't believe Mount Union's not here. And I said that facetiously. It's the Amos Alonzo Stagg history. There you go. See, you knew that was coming. Here's a shovel pass to Tottarello, trying to get some room across the 30. Got a blocker in front of him. Still on his feet, still moving. And across the first down marker and just short of midfield. Tottarello with a big gain there.
Yeah, it was really Tottarello lines up as a wide receiver, even though he wears a number 25. They run a jet sweep toss to him. And as much as we praise the Mary Hardin-Baylor tackling, 2 missed tackles there on that one. And then Tottarello, he's not going to go down easily. It's the Stagg Bowl. There's no, I don't want to be cliche, but there's no tomorrow.
At least there's not a game tomorrow. Tottarello out to the left or to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Here's a swing pass out of the backfield. Jumping over the defender is Moon, the tight end, leaps a defender trying to make the tackle. Gains about 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7.
Well, he only had to get about 4 inches off the ground to get over Chris Brown. Instead of breaking down, wrapping up, Chris Brown just flying in out of control. And I don't necessarily blame him because Cody Moon is 6'3", 255, and Chris Brown's 175. But you just got to break down and wrap up. They'll make you pay.
Gasper fakes the handoff. Here's a swing pass out to Menkowski. Lets a couple defenders fly by him, but it's the third one who comes up and makes the play and brings him down. That's Jaden Johnson, the backup safety, getting the stop.
Boy, Baylor Mullins almost jumped a bubble screen, but it wasn't the bubble. It was the outside. It was a screen to the outside receiver. But Mullins was in there. Casper saw it and threw it high, and that's actually why the play developed so slowly.
Clock ticking with $1:27 to go. Just 1 timeout left here in the first half. For the Titans, they are in Crusader territory facing a 3rd down and 6. Casper, long snap count. Now looking to throw, pass complete to Menkowski and out of bounds at the 39-yard line, moves the chains. Clock stops with 1:14 to go.
Well, it's one thing I don't understand about the Mary Hardin-Baylor defense. They play off zone almost all the time. But on a 3rd and 5, if your guy's going to be 7 yards off the ball, the Titans, they're not stupid. They're just going to throw the ball to Menkowski 6 yards, 1 yard past the sticks. And the cornerbacks at least have to fake it. If they're going to play, if they're playing off zone, at least line up like it's press and then bail at the end, so it gives Casper something to think about.
Menkowski Totterell and Chad Redmer all out to the near side. Here on 1st down and 10, looking far side. Pass complete to for the 1st down and out of bounds right away. Cody Moon, the tight end, and the chains move up once again. Clock stops with 1:09 to go.
And now that time you have Mary Hardin-Baylor in cover 2, and the weakness in the cover 2 is that hole on the sideline deeper than the short cornerback. So Cody Moon just runs into it. Brett Casper's seen cover 2 a million times since he's been playing quarterback in high school and college. It's an easy completion for him, and now all of a sudden Oshkosh is moving.
Casper 1st down and 10 from the Crusader 24-yard line. With 1:09 to go here in the first half, trailing 10-7. Casper with a 3-step drop, looking in the end zone, looking and right into traffic and picked off by the Crusaders, and a turnover. And the first interception of the evening for the Crusaders, and the 4th on the season for Jaden Johnson.
And he is Jaden Johnson is the 4th safety for Mary Hardin-Baylor, but he's been in on some key plays. He was there on the breakup last week on the 2-point conversion. Mary Hardin-Baylor beat Mount Union 14-12. Jaden Johnson was in on that play. That time, he was just playing sort of deep center field, middle of the field, and Casper forced it down the seam. Jaden Johnson there makes the interception around the goal line. And that really is the strength of Mary Hardin-Baylor's defense. When they play this deep zone, they have 3 safeties back deep. It was all those short passes that Oshkosh was taking advantage of earlier in the drive. Casper got a little greedy. Still had a minute before half for them to try to put some points on the board. Now, Mary Hardin-Baylor is just going to run the clock out.
Yep, a handoff here on 1st down. UW-Oshkosh can take one timeout and could force them to take an extra snap. Right now, they're letting the clock roll. At the half, Adam Turr will take over. He'll be joined by Kevin Neas. They'll break down the first half for you, get us first half stats, and get you set up for second half action here at Salem Stadium.
Adam and Kevin, both former D3 players themselves at Washington and Lee and Thomas More, so they may take my job over halftime. You may not even need me on color in the 3rd and 4th quarter.
It would be very unlikely to do a Stagg Bowl without you as the color analyst. I can't imagine how that would go. High snap, but another handoff, and Thompson pulls it forward for another yard or so. With they're going to just let the clock tick out. UW-Oshkosh could take a timeout and force them to snap one more time, but they'll decline to do so, and we will go to the half with Mary Hardin-Baylor leading UW-Oshkosh 10-7. UW-Oshkosh had trailed for just 11:47 all season coming in to this evening. They trailed here the final 3:16 of the first half going into the locker room, Keith.
Yeah, they led most of this first half despite at some point midway through the first quarter, Mary Hardin-Baylor started to take control, started to feel a lot more comfortable, started to put a few first downs together, obviously, on that 20-play drive. Who would have thought? Now, you got some crew faithful with us. They probably know this is what the crew does. They kind of they muddle through it for a little while, and then all of a sudden they look dominant. But for everyone else who's watching, after that first drive, the way Oshkosh goes down the field, 9 plays, scores a touchdown, looks almost easy. You may have started to think, Oshkosh may really take control of this thing. They may blow Mary Hardin-Baylor out. But for those folks who watch the crew all season, this is just what they do. And now we got a great second half ahead. It's 10-7. Both teams have showed flashes. Both teams have played well defensively and then played not so well defensively. So I'm looking forward to the second half. Somebody's going to win a national championship for the first time.
And whether it will be University of Mary Hardin-Baylor or UW-Oshkosh, we'll have 30 more minutes of football to figure out. But we'll take a break. We'll be back out in just a moment. We're at the half. Mary Hardin-Baylor leads UW-Oshkosh by the score of 10-7 here in Stagg Bowl 44.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
And welcome to the D3Football.com halftime show live from Salem, Virginia. I'm Adam Turr, joined by Kevin Neas. A great first half of action between Mary Hardin-Baylor and Wisconsin-Oshkosh. 10-7, low scoring. Both teams content to be pretty methodical on offense. Kevin, what stood out to you the most? We'll start with Mary Hardin-Baylor. You know, they gave up that big drive to Oshkosh, and it looked like they were going to be on their heels. And then the response. What did you see from them that you liked?
The response, it was almost as if that touchdown drive kind of woke them up a little bit and reminded them how serious the game is. To me, when they went on the 19-play drive, it totally wore down the Oshkosh defense, and you could see that on their touchdown drive when Jackson scored from 4 yards out. They had substituted their entire defensive line, and so and that didn't help either. So.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, Mary Hardin-Baylor, we expect them to use their speed, be a quick play attack. They took a couple shots deep, a couple drop passes that really would have stretched the defense. But early on, Oshkosh was content to just, you know, they started off the first two drives with just their nose tackle having his hand on the ground. Everyone else was standing up, keeping the offense in front of them. So Mary Hardin-Baylor didn't push things. They were content to be patient, take what the defense was giving them. You know, as a former quarterback, how difficult is it to mentally be content to not take shots deep and just be content to have a 20-play field goal drive?
Well, I think you saw that with the interception there on the sideline there at the 50-yard line. And you spent 14 games being an explosive offense. So it's difficult, but you have to have the discipline to do it, and it looks like they're working him into the offense and showing him that after the drives.
Yeah, and same thing from Oshkosh's side. You know, that last drive right there, Brett Casper looked as playing as well as he's played the entire game, making some big throws in the sideline, a big third down conversion. And then what happened on that Jaden Johnson interception over the middle there? Did Casper get too greedy and take a shot too soon?
Well, I think somebody ran a wrong route, so there was two receivers that had run the same route, and that brought an extra defender into the area. It was probably covered anyway. He was trying to put the ball in the end zone. It was a tight window, and then with the extra people there.
Yeah, instead of having two defenders near the goal line, there was four.
Absolutely. And there are spots on the field that are open. You saw that on the drive when they went down. The post corner route combination they call it smash is open, the flag part. And what they need to do is they need to play off of where Baylor Mullins is. Sometimes he's only lining up 8 or 9 yards away from the sideline, so that when he does that, they need to throw inside of him.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell. You know, the thing about Mary Hardin-Baylor's defense is they have so many guys. You know, they really have one true linebacker. Then they have Mullins and Reinecke, who are kind of like hybrid safeties. So you have speed all over the second and third level of the defense. So do you do play action? Do you try to do double moves?
Well, I think play action puts their linebackers and safeties into a bind because they have to honor that because they're very good at the run. So, yes, I would incorporate play action. I would do less of the sideline to sideline and run more straight ahead, but we'll see how Wisconsin-Oshkosh does it. One thing we didn't see a whole lot of in the first half was motions, the orbit motion and the jet motion. They did save the Wildcat in the second half for John Carroll, so I'm not sure what they're doing, but you could see that play a role.
Yeah, we
here.
saw Dylan Hecker take some direct snaps when they got inside the 10. But, yeah, we didn't see the crazy formation shifts. We didn't see the crazy motion. The one thing that, you know, we just talked about was, you know, double moves or play action. The thing is, with Mary Hardin-Baylor's defensive line, you don't have that kind of time to do that. So definitely, you know, Luke Vinay is going to go in the locker room. He's going to make some adjustments, make some changes. Do you think they should have come out with a Wild Titan maybe a little bit earlier?
No, I don't think so. I think they're moving along. It seems like they have a plan. They've added more offense as they've gone into the game, so they didn't hit them with everything all at once.
And they admitted to that last week that they were saving that package for the second half. And it's always in their back pocket. They don't want to overuse it. And the last two Stagg Bowls, what we've noticed from the two winners, Whitewater and then Mount Union, was big offensive adjustments in the second half. I mean, drastic offensive adjustments that led to victory and led to putting up a lot of points in the second half. Oshkosh might do that. Mary Hardin-Baylor, though, I mean, they've been pretty conservative, too. I mean, they still have plenty in their back pocket.
They've been very conservative, but that early score by Oshkosh helped focus them. Who do we want to have the ball? And so who's it?
Put it in your best player's hands. Give it to Blake Jackson. Blake Jackson has 15 carries for 67 yards and a touchdown in the first half. His season and career high for most rushes in a game, 19. He's already got 15 in the first half. Markeith Miller, just 6 carries for 7 yards. Dwayne Thompson was a nice change of pace there. Came in late in the half. 2 touches for 21 yards. As far as the receivers, Wyke Walker had a few grabs, 3 catches for 50 yards. Could have been more. He had a couple uncharacteristic drops on some nice passes from Jackson. Jackson 13 for 20 for 91 yards and the 1 interception. On the other side, Brett Casper 9 for 14 for 107 yards, no touchdowns, and the 1 costly interception there late in the half. But I think if you're Mary Hardin-Baylor, you want Brett Casper throwing the ball 14 times in the half. The Titans have just 32 rushing yards on 13 carries. Again, we said, I think Oshkosh needs to go to the ground game. They need to run the ball. I know they're trailing. They're only down by 3. I mean, it feels like a lot more now because momentum there late in the second quarter swung fully in favor of the Crusaders. But if you're Oshkosh, you got to look at the scoreboard, and it basically you're starting fresh. I mean, 3 points is nothing.
Starting fresh, you're going to save your defense. They are gassed. The defense needs this halftime, and then Oshkosh is going to get the ball in the second half. They need a long drive that ends in some kind of points.
Yeah, I mean, Oshkosh's defense was on the field for 19 minutes and 26 seconds in the first half. They gave up scoring drives of 20 plays, 8 minutes and 23 seconds. That was a field goal. 11-play drive for 75 yards, took up 4 minutes and 15 seconds. They were gassed. They were getting gassed. They need to go recharge here in the locker room and come out. Oshkosh is going to get the ball to start the second half, and they just need to put together a drive that is more balanced, I think. Not much going on the ground, but I think if they can use some of those motions and formation shifts, they need to get to the edge. Honestly, I think it looked like the Crusaders were surprised by the speed of Oshkosh. Oshkosh is a fast team. They play in Wisconsin, but they've got some speed.
Right, absolutely. And there were guys open late in the quarter on that drive, as we mentioned. Casper just needs to take what the defense gives him, and they'll be okay. Just execute this game. There's still 30 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great game so far. Low-scoring defensive battle, but I think we're going to see some more explosive plays here in the second half. Special teams really haven't been a factor yet. We haven't seen anything. There was a dropped punt by Mary Hardin-Baylor, but it was fielded, no harm done. Both kickers perfect on their kicks. Is there something that you see that is vulnerable that could really swing momentum one way or the other?
I think a turnover. Both these teams have been really good about taking the ball away all season long. So the turnover battle here, it's even. 1 interception on each side. So the turnover battle here will tell you a lot in the second half because Oshkosh does get the ball, so they're basically going to have a chance to tie.
Yeah, tie or take the lead and hopefully not turn it over because that could really swing momentum back and keep it in Mary Hardin-Baylor's favor. The weather, we talked in the pregame about the cold temperatures. Interested to see how a Wisconsin team that was used to it was warming up with guys who had no shirts on in pregame would fare versus a team from Texas that has guys who aren't used to playing in this weather. It doesn't seem to be a factor so far, does it?
No, it hasn't been a factor, and the ball has been hasn't been ball security issues. It's been a clean half.
One thing we noticed, Mary Hardin-Baylor is content to just give Jackson the ball. He's got those 15 carries. A lot of those were designed runs where he'd, fake the handoff to Miller and then follow Miller as his lead blocker through the center of the defense. And, of course, Mitch Atkins went out with the injury, the nose tackle for Wisconsin-Oshkosh, and it seemed like the Crusaders were trying to exploit in between the tackles a lot more after he went out with the injury.
They have, but he's taken some shots, too. He can't run the ball 30 times in this game and walk out of here healthy. They're going to need him at the end. This is going to be a one-possession game.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is he's your best player. He's a senior. This is his last game. Why take the ball out of his hands? Let him. And I'm sure he feels the same way. I'm sure he's telling his coaches, "Give me the ball. Let me take this team to victory. I'll take a beating as long as we end up on top at the end of the game."
I'd look for them to get to the ball to their tailbacks more this half.
Yeah, because they do need to keep him healthy in case he needs to throw. If they fall behind late and they need him to throw, they want him as close to full strength as possible. The one thing the Titans haven't done, they haven't run the ball in between the tackles hardly at all.
No, it's really surprising seeing them try to take advantage of a wide play and then see the pursuit. There's not one guy, there's not two guys, there's three guys helping make plays, and so the pursuit has caught up to them. So you'd like to see a lot more. You'd like to see a lot more runs up the middle.
Yeah, and one thing that I've kind of been surprised by is, the uncharacteristic missed tackles. We talked about what a great defense Mary Hardin-Baylor has, and Oshkosh is making a miss. I was really surprised to see the missed tackles from Mary Hardin-Baylor's defense.
I think that's a misnomer out there, and you saw that on some of the message boards before the game, that Mary Hardin-Baylor was the athletic team coming in with the speed, and Oshkosh was this big lumbering, brute force. And they have both kinds of players on each roster, which is why they're here.
Yeah, I mean, the athleticism seems about even to me. And the Mary Hardin-Baylor's been missing some tackles, been, surprised, I think, by the moves of the Titans. And, the strength at the line of scrimmage, and we talked before the game about who would win the line of scrimmage is probably going to dictate who wins the game. I think early on you've got to give the edge to Mary Hardin-Baylor.
I agree with that.
What can Oshkosh do with this possession? You're the offensive coordinator. You're Luke Vinay. Coming out of here, you're only trailing by 3. First possession of the third quarter. What kind of plays are you calling?
I'm going to start trying to affect the DBs and linebackers. So I'm going to start using some motions, go to our bread and butter, power plays, inside zone, just run inside, and then your offense kind of builds off of that. Once you have success with that, add in some play action, and things will start to open up.
Yeah, I would like to see the Titans really work more between the hashes, because everything they want to do on the edge, you have to have something to draw the defenders in the middle of the field, or that's not going to be open on the outside.
Correct.
And, Mary Hardin-Baylor, a lot of times, it looks like they're almost over-pursuing, which, again, you can take advantage of that. Maybe fake a bubble screen to the outside, hit a pop pass or something down the seam. Try to manipulate the middle of the field a lot more than they have in the first half so far.
Yeah, and when they did miss a tackle, Chris Brown missed one here down at the 40-yard line on Oshkosh's last drive. They took him right out of the game. So Mary Hardin-Baylor is going to tackle this half.
Yeah, I would expect them to really emphasize that here in the locker room at halftime. Other stats that stand out, not much on the offensive end for either team, really. It's been the Blake Jackson show, and Brett Casper's putting up some good numbers here. That there's the one throw he would like back, because they were pretty much in field goal range at that point. It could have been going to the locker room tied at 10.
And one more key for Blake Jackson this half: if they let him run around back there. If Oshkosh lets him do that, be very sure about your throws. You're 30 minutes away from a national title. You don't need to make plays that aren't there. Throw the ball away.
Yeah, I think he hopefully, for the Crusaders, he learned his lesson there, scrambling around on a third down, and just let your punter punt. Let Baylor Mullins come out there and punt. There's no need to chuck the ball downfield and have it intercepted and cost yourself. Field position is going to be a major factor here in the second half. A close game like this, live to play another possession.
Yeah, and you're going to see them come out a little bit more conservative, I feel, and put it more on their defense. It's an elite defense.
And I think they found something there late with Dwayne Thompson touching the ball. Markeith Miller wasn't able to get it going early. The change of pace with Thompson, I think, will open things up for Miller a little bit more.
The kid from Washington, D.C. has some wiggle, definitely.
Let's see here. No sacks from either team. With these defenses, that's probably the most surprising. And again, that's because Wisconsin Oshkosh isn't even rushing the passer at all. They are keeping Jackson in front of them the best they can, which still he's rushed for 67 yards. But they are not going to even try to sack him when he drops back.
Yeah, it's taking him 15 carries to do that, though.
And on the other side, I do like the pass play calls that the Oshkosh is running, because they're getting the ball out of Casper Sam pretty quickly. Even the downfield throws, 3-step drop, he's getting the ball to the sideline on some corner routes, and and some bubble
He
screens.
looks like he's keying one or two DBs and knowing that when he's on his second step in his drop. So
he's got to throw
that helps. Yep.
Yeah, he's not being patient back there. Dom Tottarello, we weren't sure if he'd be healthy today. He didn't touch the ball in the second half last week. He's got one catch for 21 yards and one carry for 7 yards. I mean, 14 yards per touch is a pretty good average. They've got to get the ball in his hands more, and the way to do that, as we mentioned, is move him around. He lines up in the slot. He goes in motion. He lines up in the backfield. He's, flares out of the backfield to catch passes. They need to be a little more creative in finding ways to get the ball in his hands, I think.
I think you're going to see that this half. He had that long run after the catch behind the line of scrimmage where they missed a couple tackles. And so I think you'll see more of him. It'll be interesting to see. Oshkosh has a lot of offensive weapons, and which ones they choose to employ this half, or if they throw the whole kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, another guy that surprised a little bit. We always talk about every year in the Stagg Bowl, there seems to be a player, who didn't do much during the regular season, who comes out and really affects the game. Cody Moon, the tight end. They're keying the defense on the perimeter. Well, guess who's open down the seam? Cody Moon, 2 catches for 21 yards, and he's there. I mean, it's available.
Those seams are there. Those seams are open. You have to find the holes in the zone. When you have 5 DBs out there, that's imperative to do that as a quarterback.
Great first half, 10-7. Mary Hardin-Baylor leads. Pat and Keith will be back for the third quarter action. Thanks for tuning in to D3Football.com's halftime show. Enjoy the rest of the Stagg Bowl.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's 800 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over a decade. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're at D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame.
All right, back out here at Salem Stadium, home of Stagg Bowl 44 in Salem, Virginia. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian and joined by Frank Rossi, 10-7 at the half. And Frank, your impressions?
Yeah, I'm trying to milk staying upstairs as long as I can. That's my impression. No, it's actually a very different game than what we've experienced. I'm going to elaborate a little bit. Normally after a set, let's say after a touchdown's given up or an interception occurs, you'll see the benches angled out and a coach in the middle dressing down the team for what's happening and everything else. Neither side has had that happening here. It's almost as if they're saying to the players, you're going to figure this out yourself. You know what to do. It's just a less strict zone down there on both sidelines, not just any one of them. Maybe the offensive line, Mary Hardin-Baylor was getting a couple talking to, but that's about it. And it's very unusual for me in 10 seasons doing this to see it like that on that sideline.
Well, we appreciate the insight. Stay warm because that is important, especially on a night like this where we started the game at 27 degrees. I think we've been holding pretty steady, and the wind hasn't been too bad, and weather's been pretty much, I would say, a non-factor as we bring it back in Keith McMillian.
Yeah, the wind is blowing just a tiny bit from right to left across your computer monitor.
You've never said that
never
before.
Get to say that.
18 years.
That is a play-by-play thing. I finally learned it. And you can see kickers out here practicing before the half. They're making in both directions from 47 and in. So if that comes up later on, certainly the wind, if it picks up, it'll help if it's at the back. But right now, no wind, no precipitation. It's cold out there. Look, the Texas guys, they're not used to it, but it's the Stagg Bowl.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you just got to forget about it. The biggest difference is really, I think, for wide receivers and defensive backs, when that ball hits you in the hands, especially the first time, it feels like someone wound up and gave you the hardest high five ever. It just hits you. So once you get a few of those and you keep your hands warm on the sideline, the weather is not too much of a factor.
One of the photos we have on the site right now is kind of to me, telling the story of the first half, Keith. It is Blake Jackson with all sorts of room to run. It's not this one that we're looking at right here. That's Dylan Hecker's first half touchdown. But, that is Jackson especially. Just taking a look at this right here. All the room he's got straight up the middle, great blocking, and just amazing.
Yeah, and Blake Jackson basically gives them an extra running back in the backfield. Mary Hardin-Baylor kind of figured out its offense later in that first half and took a 10-7 lead.
Tortorello on the return of the opening kickoff of the second half, and he brings it back to the 30-yard line, quickly refreshing the Titans' offense across the front. Austin Haase, Tyler Powers, Tyan Austin Summers, and Vinny Basile. Cody Moon, the tight end, Dom Tortorello, wide receiver, along with Sam Mankowski and Jacob Grant. Brett Casper, the quarterback, Dylan Hecker in the backfield. The defensive front for Mary Hardin-Baylor, A.J. Fanene and Tedrick Smith on the ends, Brazos Fuller and Haston Adams at the tackles. The linebackers, Matt Cody and Keith Renicky. The corners, Chris Brown, or make it Reggie Wilson and Raylon Hickey. DeAndre Jackson, Baylor Mullins, and Hunter Schmidt. The safeties, and we're tacking on some yardage here onto the end of the kickoff return, and UW-Oshkosh is going to have a much better field position starting at its own 44.
Yeah, and I couldn't actually determine what they tacked it on for, but they were certainly very clear about it. So, first and 10 from the 44.
Titans going left to right here in the third quarter. Casper in the backfield, Hecker behind him, Blackburn in motion, but they give to Hecker. He goes straight up the middle, hits the line, pushes it forward for about 3 yards. It'll be second down.
Oshkosh, first play, running straight ahead. They kind of figured out, both of these teams are great at halftime adjustments, and perhaps Oshkosh has figured out over halftime that trying to turn the corner on Mary Hardin-Baylor is not their strength because that defense is so fast.
It hasn't really worked for either team so far here over the course of the game.
Although Mary Hardin-Baylor has been throwing the ball to the flank, so not wasting a whole bunch of time trying to run and turn the corner.
Casper in the shotgun, Hecker to his right, stacked up behind the tight end Moon. Here's Blackburn in motion. This time they give it to him, and he comes around the right side. Is hit down short of the midfield stripe by the linebacker Keith Renicky.
So same play, or at least same look, same formation. Last time they jet sweep, they had the jet sweep motion with Blackburn, and then they handed it off to Hecker. This time they tossed it to Blackburn as he went by, and just no room to run. It was Hunter Schmidt, the crew back, which is one of the five safety or the three safeties in the 4-2-5 defense for Mary Hardin-Baylor.
Third down and 4, right at the midfield stripe for the Titans. Blitz coming. Casper throws, complete. First down and more for Hecker across the 40, down to the 38.
Haven't seen much blitzing really the past 2 games from Mary Hardin-Baylor. At that time, they brought one. It was up the middle. It was Keith Renicky who vacated, and Brett Casper basically read it fairly easily, had an easy completion.
First down now at the 37-yard line for the Titans. On the move here, trailing 10-7, 13:24 to go here in the third quarter on Stagg Bowl 44. Casper with backs and receivers flanked to either side. Gives it to the receiver, sweeping around to the left side, and again stopped after a minimal gain. Not getting much out of it is Dom Tortorello.
Well, this time it was Tortorello trying to go laterally. Again, just looks like outside zone. No, actually, it looks like there was a pulling, a very slow pull from center Ty Summers on Oshkosh there. But Oshkosh just can't. The Mary Hardin-Baylor defense is too fast for them to try to run these slow developing sweeps and outside zones and all these runs that require you 4 or 5 seconds to turn the corner.
Second down and 6. Going into a little bit of a wind about 15 miles an hour in the Titans' face here in the third quarter. Tortorello in motion, taking the snap. Here's the handoff to Hecker, 25 or 35 down to the 30, still pushing the pile forward. It's going to be short of the first down. It would bring up third down and a little more than 2.
So this entire drive has been a tight formation from Oshkosh in the backfield with a fullback and a offset back. It's not a pistol because he's not behind Casper. It's actually a back directly like 2 steps offset, and then they run this jet sweep motion each time. So they're running several plays out of the same exact motion and formation each time, and it makes it tough to defend. That time it was just an off-tackle run, and they set up a 3rd and 3 for themselves.
Ball at the Crusader 30-yard line. Play clock ticking down to 7 seconds. It's Hecker in the backfield, and he takes the snap. Takes it himself across the 30, and he's going to be brought down right at the line of scrimmage, short of the first down, and it's Matt Cody, the middle linebacker, coming up to make the stop.
Yeah, he was all over that one, and Tedrick Smith blows past his block, so he's in the backfield. He misses the tackle, but Matt Cody does not miss. Perfect form tackle, wrap up, and now they go from 3rd and 3 to 4th and 2.
And coming into the game, Max Fuller, the backup tight end, Bo Ash, running back, coming into the game as well here on 4th down and about 2.5. Hecker standing behind a very bunched, very big formation. 9 in front of him, and he's trying to find a hole, and it is not there. Coming up and blowing it up is Matt Cody. Coming up to finish him up is Baylor Mullins.
And look, Oshkosh just lined up 3 backs in the backfield. Basically, you would look like 3 fullbacks. Or look like a T formation, but a T in front of the quarterback. Direct snap to Hecker. Everybody was in tight. They basically just lined up against Mary Hardin-Baylor and said, we're tougher and stronger than you. Mary Hardin-Baylor disagreed. 2 great tackles by Matt Cody on that one. And he's the guy of all these stars on the defense, from Tedrick Smith to Haston Adams to Reggie Wilson and Baylor Mullins and Renicky. All these guys have made these huge plays in the postseason. Raylon Hickey had a touchdown against Wheaton. Haven't called Matt Cody's name a lot, but 2 huge tackles here on 3rd and 3 and then 4th and 2.
All right, so Oshkosh started that drive out with a decent kickoff return, got some extra yardage tacked onto it, got a couple of first downs out of it, and then sputtered. They had an opportunity with 3rd down and short, and you would think you're getting to the championship level, right? You got 2 opportunities to get 2 yards. They got about -1.5.
I would say that, but I would also say it worked for them last week when they came out at the start of the second half with a completely different formation that they hadn't shown for most of the first half. They walked down against John Carroll, got a touchdown. This time they did the same thing. Now, Mary Hardin-Baylor, as good as they are with second half adjustments, if Oshkosh throws something at them that they hadn't seen most of the first half, in theory, strategically that makes a lot of sense. But they just they tried to line up and out physical. I know it's not a real word, but it's a football word, right? They tried to out physical Mary Hardin-Baylor on 3rd down and 4th down. Mary Hardin-Baylor won both of those downs, and now they have the ball.
One of our off-season podcasts, we're going to have to talk about football words.
Yeah, because there are a ton of made-up words in football that I wouldn't print during the week while I'm at work.
In the Washington Post, yeah.
But I'd say them on air because people, they know what we're talking about.
So it will be Mary Hardin-Baylor will take over on its own 30-yard line here when we come back. And, of course, they have a 10-7 lead as we're waiting for television to come out of commercial. But Jackson is we mentioned first half numbers. We look at the kind of offense that he piled up just practically single-handedly or double-footedly. 15 carries for 67 yards and a touchdown, 13 of passing for 91 yards through the interception, which has helped keep this game in check. Otherwise, Mary Hardin-Baylor, momentum-wise, much stronger than the scoreboard indicates.
Yeah, and they really took control with that 20-play drive, and it was weird because they didn't take the lead with that drive.
And they hand off on first down and getting stacked up right at the line of scrimmage is Dwayne Thompson, and the ball comes out, and it's Oshkosh football.
No wonder they were so excited. It looked like they just made a nice stop in the backfield, but it was a zone read handoff, and Keith Miller never put it in his stomach. And, in fact, he actually walks back to Jackson after the play to talk about it. Basically, as often as Jackson keeps it, he may have just felt at the mesh point there that Jackson was going to keep it. Miller didn't even really put his hands around it, but the ball bounced off his stomach. Oshkosh takes over now inside the 30-yard line. Huge field position for them, and what a momentum switch because Mary Hardin-Baylor just comes up with these huge stops on 3rd and 4th down, and then here we are right back, Oshkosh having the ball.
The Titans with the ball at the 27 of the Crusaders. 2 receivers out to the near side. Casper back in the game at quarterback with Linsenmeyer behind him, and a receiver, Minkowski, out to the far side on 1st and 10. Casper in the pistol, takes the snap. He's going to give the handoff to Linsenmeyer. Linsenmeyer makes a man miss in the backfield, but still trying to get back even to the line of scrimmage, and he has just swarmed the crew all over him. Wraps him up back at the 35-yard line, and Renicky leading the charge.
Yeah, and Mary Hardin-Baylor's defense swarming into the backfield. 3 guys in on that tackle, Renicky, Cody, Reggie Wilson, but the man who made it happen was Tedrick Smith. He's known for his pass rush, 14.5 sacks, 22.5 tackles for losses this season, but he's blown up. He's been in the backfield several times during this game where he's missed the play, but the rest of the defense rallies to the ball so well that it's actually helped.
That's a big loss, a loss of 7, 2nd and a 17. Casper rolling out, stepping up and getting hit. Hit and knocked down. Tedrick Smith gets to him back at the 40-yard line, and Matt Cody getting pointed out as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of these, Matt Cody really turned it on after halftime. Now, Tedrick Smith turns the corner on Austin Hazy, the left tackle, the big 6'7", 310-pounder. That guy's D1 size. A senior here for Oshkosh. Tedrick Smith has that speed. He's been turning the corner all day, finally gets to the quarterback, and when he got there, Matt Cody was there too, so they only each get a half a sack.
3rd and 22 now for the Titans. They're back at their own 40-yard line. Casper with the tight end to the left and Tortorello to the right. Back to pass. Here's a quick out in the flat, and in and out of the hands of Linsenmeyer, incomplete. He goes to cover it, but it was an incomplete pass. It'll be 4th down.
One would think a fumble recovery inside the 30-yard line would have given the Titans huge momentum. Instead, Mary Hardin-Baylor defense pushes Oshkosh back twice in a row, lose 13 yards, then incomplete on 3rd down, and now they're punting from the 40-yard line when they took over on the 27.
Just going backwards, and Turner Geisthart on to punt here. Standing back at his own 48-yard line. Wilkerson standing back at his own 10 for the Crusaders, and he lets it fly over his head, and it will bounce on the 1 and stick on the 1. It spins out. Oh, they're going to call it a touchback. The official right on the line says that that's a touchback. That was almost the perfect punt.
I mean, the first time the ball lands is on the 3-yard line with a ton of momentum. You'd think it's just going to bound through the end zone, but then it just takes a funny curving bounce and bounced on the goal line, almost downed on the 1-yard line. Instead, Mary Hardin-Baylor will start on the 20. What a job by the Crusaders defense to come in after a turnover.
Quick change is tough for defense.
Sure. And they came in after they lost the ball, too. You figure they're already tired. Instead, what a great stop, a great defensive series for them.
9:17 to go in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Mary Hardin-Baylor leading UW-Oshkosh 10-7 here in Stagg Bowl 44.
It's on us. It's on all of us. And it's time to act now.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
All right, back out here at Salem Stadium here at Stagg Bowl 44, 10-7. Mary Hardin-Baylor has the lead, and they're getting the football back. 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. Now we're getting down from the field. Our own reporter Kevin Neas is saying Reese Ziedzik hurt his shoulder on his last play, that he was in the game and he is out. So we'll see how that affects them here, and if that continues here on this second offensive possession here in short order for the Crusaders.
Well, if so, that would leave the Titans fairly weak up the middle. Haven't seen the nose tackle Max Adkins come in from the first half injury, so that means John Callis in at inside linebacker. He's a 225-pound junior backup to Dietzig.
So Jackson out of the shotgun, high snap, takes it, to quick pass out, and just as the ball is separated from him, I'm not sure that that's considered a catch. No. They're looking at it as one. This is one that they'll probably take a look at as well because they took a look at the
It's going to be an incomplete pass.
He just does not have possession of the football. In my opinion, I could, they don't pay me for my opinion on this.
This is true. This is true. Cole Yoder was the Titans defender who came up with it, but the high snap.
Yep.
Buys a half a second, makes the pass take too long. And look, it's supposed to be a bubble screen. It's not stand there and wait for the ball to come to you. And that's why Bryce Wilkerson, also being 160 pounds, that's why he get killed on that.
Covered by Wisconsin. The play is under further review.
I think you can check off a square on that one. But that will be they're spotting it at the 14. But indeed, when they review this, I feel pretty confident in my limited replay official capacity that this is going to get overturned and called an incomplete pass.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they called it a fumble on the field. Wilkerson does take a step as he's reeling the ball in. I think it's a fumble, but I wouldn't be totally surprised. I mean, I think it's an incomplete pass, but I wouldn't be totally surprised if they ruled it a fumble. But as we mentioned, two things wrong with that. The high snap makes it take too long, and then Wilkerson is not running when he's just standing there waiting for the ball. So he's kind of a tackling dummy for Brad Waltovich, the 200-pound cornerback who knocks it loose. Cole Yoder, the other cornerback who came in, scooped it up. Also, if you want to, I mean, how did Waltovich get there? T.J. Josie misses his block.
Yeah.
So you have a couple things go wrong on the same play. The Titans make a great play defensively. They may get the ball on the 14-yard line unless this is overturned and ruled an incomplete pass.
Our officiating crew from the New Jersey Athletic Conference. And a reminder, of course, yes, there is official replay review at this game, as there has been at the Stagg Bowl for, I'm going to say, about 10 years now, and recently added in the semifinals over the past 5 years. So it is certainly something that has been helpful here in some big calls in some games, and getting the word from downstairs that they are you can't possibly write it faster. They're looking at the time, which suggests they want to stop the clock because it's an incomplete pass.
And also, if they do rule it, that means they would potentially put some time back on the clock because they scooped it up and ran around with the ball a little bit. Look, this is potentially another huge turn of events for Oshkosh, which just got a bonus fumble on the 20.
It'll be second down. The ball's at the 20-yard line. Please set the game clock to 9:15.
Well, they put 5 seconds back on the clock.
Well, our producer, Dave McHugh, all over that one. We were all over the call. We thought it should have been a fumble from the beginning.
The other way around. Didn't we think it should have been an incomplete pass?
It should have been an incomplete pass.
Okay.
It should not have been a fumble. One way or the other, if I would speak correctly, I still could have used the word fumble. We thought Wilkerson never had possession of it, and it was an incomplete pass from the jump. It was a great hit by Brad Waltovich, heads-up play by Cole Yoder, but instead of a huge turnover for Wisconsin Oshkosh, they're just going to have to defend 2nd and 10. Mary Hardin Baylor dodges a bullet. They've now run 2 plays and fumbled twice in a row here in the second half, so maybe the goal for this play is just don't turn it over.
Just hang on to the football?
Yeah, and then try to build off of that.
It's, one step at a time, right? Lynn Gillum, receiver, split out wide to the left. 3 receivers out there. There's a handoff, or a keeper, I should say, by Jackson across the 25 up to the 26. So they maintain possession, and it'll be 3rd down and 4.
Well, Mary Hardin Baylor had great success late in the second quarter running the ball with Jackson behind. Basically, they pull a tight end into the backfield to play fullback, and then the running back doesn't take the handoff and ends up being a lead blocker for Jackson. But remember, on that 20-play drive, they started out with about 7 pass calls in a row, and now we're not seeing them throw the ball at all, except for those bubble screens.
3rd down and 4. Jackson steps up, makes a new play call. Going to drop back and pass. Looking, and pass is over and out of the reach of Wilkerson, incomplete, and it'll bring up 4th down. He had Wilkerson if he could have gotten it to him.
Yeah, but Wilkerson sets up inside on his hitch rate, basically just runs 7 yards on 3rd and 4, a little bit past the sticks. Wilkerson threw to his outside shoulder. And look, Bryce Wilkerson's 5'8". Can't throw high and outside to a guy whose momentum is going inside. He just doesn't have enough arm to reach back and grab that.
Baylor Mullins on to punt. was about to say this afternoon. It is well afternoon, and he rolls out and gets the punt away. Fair catch signal for by Johnny Egan at his own 44-yard line, and that is where the Titans will take over, trailing 10-7 with 8:29 to go. Let's send it downstairs where Frank Rossi's got an update.
Confirmed that Reese Dietzig, linebacker for Oshkosh, had a right clavicle injury of some sort. They wrapped him up with his pads off, put them back on. He needed help getting the pads back on because he was still experiencing pain in that right shoulder area, but it looks like he's going to try to make a go of it. Just like an All-America you would expect. He wants to be a gamer out there. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Frank, for the update from the field. And, that's something that they would presumably need, although in all honesty, it's gone pretty well defensively for UW-Oshkosh here the last couple possessions.
Yeah, they've been great so far in the second half, causing a fumble, nearly causing another fumble, getting off the field on third down, getting the ball back for the offense. Now, it hasn't gone so well offensively. They got the Titans offense got the ball in the 27, moved it back 13 yards and punted.
Yeah.
So this time, they certainly hope to do a little better than that. That report from Frank, right clavicle for an inside linebacker, that's a tough place to have an injury. You can maybe get away with it on a couple positions on the field, although I can't think of really any
Kicker?
positions where you don't use your arm and your shoulder. So, but I mean, bottom line, an inside linebacker is going to have to wrap up and tackle a lot. So for him, if he guts this out, that would be pretty impressive.
One of the things I was thinking about this game and watching some of the highlight packages on the video board here in the stadium, there are no HD highlights of anybody other than St. Thomas, Mount Union, and UW-Whitewater in a Stagg Bowl.
Well, that's also the reason why you don't have the replays before the semifinals, because you just don't have enough cameras to guarantee that you'll be able to look at every other replay, not just have angles. A lot of games are just press box video.
Casper in a quarterback, first down and 10 for the Titans at their own 43. Going left to right here in the third quarter, and here's the handoff to Hecker, and Hecker is just blown up immediately. It was a pretty decent block on Brazos Fuller straight up the middle, but Hecker kind of basically beat right into him. Brazos got enough of, his left Brazo out there to get it out there.
Wow, and we talk about the Mary Hardin-Baylor defensive front four so much. A.J. Fanene was the one who had the game-sealing interception last week. Tedrick Smith, you guys know about, and Haston Adams makes plenty of huge plays. Brazos Fuller is the guy we haven't talked about nearly as much, but that time blew up a play on the inside, setting up a second and 13 now for Oshkosh. Every play in the second half has gone for 0 yards or backwards for the Titans.
Because Brazo means arm in Spanish, get it? Here's the handoff to Hecker, and Hecker fighting his way through back, maybe even across the original line of scrimmage, still fighting his way forward to the 43.5.
Well, that was now the Titans' first gain of the second half, but it doesn't give them a very good third down situation. They have, however, been able to throw the ball up the seam with Brett Casper. Mary Hardin-Baylor just plays kind of very loose zones with 5 defensive backs, and it looks like, again, they're off. Now, if Mary Hardin-Baylor is going to play off, they should at least have their defensive backs disguise the coverage.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left here on third down and a long 9. Looking, and a pass complete on the screen to Menkowski, and then he goes nowhere. And once again, this time it is Baylor Mullins up there to make the hit. Tackle for loss. It'll be 4th down.
In theory, this is wise. You get Wisconsin-Oshkosh gets the ball to its best playmaker, Sam Menkowski, in the open field. But look, Baylor Mullins is not going to miss an open field tackle.
Yeah, and Ty Summers had no way to get over there and get him. Mullins was just flying through there, and Summers has no opportunity to block that.
And again, Baylor Mullins is just so fast and such a short tackler that this is not what these guys in the WIAC are used to.
Geisthart on to punt once again, and it gets away a long kick, and it is taken on the run by Wilkerson at the 25, trying to get to the right corner, gets around, and is kind of horse-collared a little bit on the way out at the 28-yard line or so.
Going back to that point, we made it once earlier, but I can't hit it too often. Wisconsin-Oshkosh, for all the great teams they've beaten this season, they're all kind of slow, plodding teams.
A timeout. You finish your thought, and then we'll take a break.
Well, I was just going to say the team speed for Mary Hardin-Baylor, you know about it when it's Blake Jackson and the receivers he has on offense, but really the team speed is actually more evident on defense. The way Baylor Mullins comes up and tackles, the way Reggie Wilson and Raylon Hickey and their middle linebackers basically, on most teams, Matt Cody and Keith Renicky are safeties. They're 5'9", 210, 6 feet, 205 pounds. They're smart guys, and they get to the play so quickly that the team speed on this defense is just more than Wisconsin Oshkosh has seen. So all these formations meant to get the ball in open space has been working for them all season. Suddenly, it just isn't working because Mary Hardin-Baylor has the speed and they tackle when they get to the ball.
The timeout on the field because Aaron Kramer, linebacker playing on special teams, shaken up a little bit. He will walk off under his own power, and so the Crusaders will start here 1st and 10 at their own 30 with 6:18 to go in the third quarter, leading 10-7 here in Stagg Bowl 44. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian, Frank Rossi on the sidelines here for this Division III football championship game. And it's Blake Jackson going long downfield for TJ Josie, and he hits him at the 20-yard line, and it is complete down at the 16, a huge gain of 54 yards.
Cole Yoder was the one in coverage. Cameron Brown also near the play, but not really very close to Josie at all. And so, look, we haven't seen Josie all day. Both Mount Union and Oshkosh have spent so much time trying to cover him, but finally he's broke loose.
Crew on the hurry up, and Jackson takes it himself across the 15, slides down at the 10. It will be 2nd down and short from there. Now the Crusaders finally hit on a big play.
Yeah, and this is when their hurry up is tough. You hit a 54-yard completion to TJ Josie, and then they're right back up on the ball running a play within about 15 seconds.
2nd down and 5 from the 11. Jackson out of the pistol with one back behind him, a receiver to the right, to the left. He's going to take it himself, looking for room on the left side, pushing his way forward, and is going to get pretty much back to the original line of scrimmage, not much more.
Well, yeah, no shock now that after the big play, Mary Hardin-Baylor is going to go run to Blake Jackson right, run to Blake Jackson left, see if they can catch the Titans basically back on their heels. But now Titans have tackled well enough that they bring up a 3rd and 4 situation for themselves from the 10-yard line.
Embry out to the right-hand side along with Wilkerson. He's slot right. TJ Josie wide out to the right. And Wyke Walker to the left here on 3rd down and 4 from the 10. Jackson steps up, gives a couple instructions, steps back, takes the snap, looking for a hole to develop, takes it himself across the 10, scoots his way forward. He's going to be right at the 1st down sticks. It looks like he's going to get enough for the 1st down, and we have a 1st and goal just inside the 6-yard line.
Well, again, it's a good thing that he did get enough because Mary Hardin-Baylor, not a very good field goal kicking team. John Mary 8 of 15, so that would have brought up a field goal situation, or if it was 4th and short, it would have brought up a decision to make. Jackson gets just enough. Now Mary Hardin-Baylor's got a 1st down, fresh set of downs, 6 yards to go for a touchdown.
4:18 and counting remaining in the third quarter. Mary Hardin-Baylor trying to add to its 10-7 lead. Jackson again with 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. This time he keeps it once again, trying to get off right tackle and not getting anything there, getting wrapped up by Cole Yoder.
The ball came out at the very end. Now the question is whether or not he was down. The ruling looks like he was. It was Yoder was the first one there. Cameron Brown in on the tackle. Cameron Brown's the one who has the ball in his hands.
They say it does come out.
Okay.
Johnny Egan so pumped up. Looked like he was.
Well, that's not just if it is a turnover, and they'll take a look at this.
Yep.
But it's a huge, huge turnover.
We're getting a first good look at it on the monitor, and if they get that look in the booth, they're going to confirm it. That's going to be UW-Oshkosh football. That's a really good look there from the far end zone angle.
Well, that's the reason they don't have replay in the regular season, but you have the cameras here to do it. Jake Thien was the one who kind of helped rip it out. He was tackling Blake Jackson. Cameron Brown was in on it. Cole Yoder was in on it. And look, for Blake Jackson, it's tough when 3 guys are hitting you, but you're inside the 10-yard line. You know you're going to get at least a field goal attempt out of it.
Yeah, they just announced, of course, that the play is under review, but I don't expect this review to take very long.
Right. Once you get hit, you got to know to cover up the ball with 2 hands. That's a very crucial mistake for Blake Jackson. And, it's easy to sit up here and judge, but points are tough to come by against this Wisconsin-Oshkosh defense. You can't give away an opportunity to score.
Well, and tell me, Keith, your thoughts on just how Blake Jackson's performed today. He said so many great plays. Oh, he's had a couple of great plays, a lot of really good plays, and a couple of big mistakes.
Yeah, and that's Blake Jackson. That's kind of the what you get when you have him. But he's been the best player, or most exciting player on the field. Now, as we look closer at this replay, we were looking at his knee and his legs not being on the ground when the ball pops out, but they could rule that his elbow has touched the ground. It looks close. I think the ball's out.
Yeah, well, I think you're right too, but it is less of a slam dunk than it looks if you're only looking at the knees.
But again, they ruled it a fumble on the field, so I don't really see enough.
Certainly not going to overturn the fumble.
Right, and I don't think his elbow's down. I don't think in any case this is Mary Hardin-Baylor ball. This is Oshkosh is going to take over on the 6-yard line. Now, Mary Hardin-Baylor hasn't given any indication.
Hands. Wisconsin, first down.
Mary Hardin-Baylor hasn't given any indication that you worry about their defense with 94 yards to go. But what a second half so far by the Wisconsin-Oshkosh defense. They give up a 54-yard catch to T.J. Josie, pull up a turnover. They've knocked the ball out of Mary Hardin-Baylor ball carrier's hands 3 times. Twice it's been a fumble that they've recovered. Both defenses having great second half.
A first down and 10 for the Titans now at their own 7-yard line. 3:58 to go here in the third quarter, trailing 10-7. Casper in the game, gives the handoff to the man in the backfield, the tailback, and that is Hecker rolling his way up to the 8-yard line for a very short gain.
Yeah, and again, the tackling, just can't say enough about how quickly Mary Hardin-Baylor rallies to the ball and how they finish when they get there. It was Jadon Johnson that time and Keith Renicky, the will linebacker.
One of the things that they were working on in practice here the other day, just, getting that extra hand in there, stripping the football out, and the UW-Oshkosh defense has done that here a couple of times here in this third quarter. If their offense is on the field, 2nd down and 9 at their own 8-yard line. Here's another handoff in the backfield, and Linsenmeyer finding he's got nowhere to go as well. Picks up another yard or so, but 1 yard at a time is not going to do much here on 3rd down and 8.
No, and again, 4 Mary Hardin-Baylor players there. On the tackle, Caleb Armstrong, a backup defensive end. He plays a lot on rundowns, and then they bring in Fanene on 3rd down. So Armstrong played 1st and 2nd down, made the tackle there, and then now with it being a passing situation, they bring in the more athletic Fanene at defensive end.
They've got Casper in the shotgun and 3 receivers out there, along with a tight end. 3rd down and 8 from their own 9. Trying to make something of the turnovers they've been given here in the third quarter. And a pass complete downfield to Totterell at the 35. Got the first down. Runs into his fellow receiver, the tight end Moon. But a big gain on a much-needed 3rd down and 8.
And really great pass protection that time by Austin Haase, the left tackle on Tedrick Smith. Tedrick tries to turn the corner. Then he tries to spin back in towards Casper. Haase's having none of it. Gives Casper plenty of time for the big completion. And now I would say Oshkosh is out of the shadow of its own goalpost, but there's no shadows at this point in the day.
Gain of 28, and it's out to the 37-yard line. 1 receiver to the near side and 2 off to the left, but it's a give in the backfield, and Linsenmeyer trying to find his way forward and gets up to the 45 for a gain of 3 on 1st down.
But it's amazing how one big play gets your offense going for the Titans that time. Ty Summers out in front leading, and amazing, Oshkosh has a center who pulls just as often as the guards, but it was Ty Summers and Austin Summers, the brothers, out in front of that run play.
Looking at 2nd down and 7. Casper with Hecker to his right. Drops back to pass on 2nd and long, stepping up. And is getting chased out. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to run it for a couple of positive yards. Nope, make that a couple of negative yards back at the 40-yard line.
Well, you give Casper a lot of credit because after he broke the pocket, Victor Ozenfons and Caleb Armstrong, both backup defensive linemen. Mary Hardin-Baylor just running in guys off the sideline to keep their defense fresh. Ozenfons and Armstrong both deliver a hit on Casper at the same time. Casper stays up and gains a few yards to make it 3rd and 8.
Minkowski leads 3 receivers out to the left side here on the 3rd and long. Titans just short of their own 40-yard line, trailing 10-7 with 1:04 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Short drop, swing pass out of the backfield, a little bit behind Linsenmeyer. He's going to get a couple of yards out of it, but is going to be short of the first down, forced out at the 43-yard line.
Reggie Wilson is 5'8", 175 pounds, but comes up, makes a stick, hangs on to Linsenmeyer, who's 215, hangs on to him until some help can arrive in the form of Keith Reneke. They prevent the 3rd down conversion. Mary Hardin-Baylor defensively, really the key is having just depth and athletes on top of athletes on the defense, but then they all come up and tackle. They basically play a kind of an umbrella, keep everything in front of them, and then they just come up and tackle. Your guys can't tackle, that defense can't work.
Last week, Oshkosh won the lowest scoring semifinal in Division III football history, 10-3. Mary Hardin-Baylor advanced 14-12, and this is a 10-7 game here as the Titans punt the ball away. It rolls out of bounds at the 22-yard line with 23 seconds to go before we go to the 4th quarter. Of course, the lowest scoring Stagg Bowl in Division III history was when West Georgia defeated Augustana by the score of 14-0 in 1982. Another low-scoring one, of course, 10-7. Mount Union defeated St. John's. You and I called that game here umpteen thousand years ago. And Central beat Ithaca 10-8 back in 1974. Those are the lowest scoring Stagg Bowls.
And those are back in the days when the Stagg Bowls were in Phoenix City, Alabama. They played it for a couple years in Kings Island, Ohio, and Bradenton, Florida, before they found a home in Salem, where it's been since 1993.
This is the 24th Stagg Bowl here in Salem, Virginia. Keith's been to 19 of them. I've been to 18. And on first down, Jackson's going to throw out on the sidelines, and T.J. Josie stepped out of bounds, unforced out of bounds, just overran his route. And that's the flag comes out for that. Yes.
So it's a run-pass option. Josie basically runs about 4 yards down the field, then turns around and looks for the ball.
Illegal touching on the offense. Number 10 went out of bounds and came back in. Down. 3rd down.
Yeah, 2nd down, a loss of down, not a loss of 2 downs, but it'll be 2nd down and 10.
And that's just a kind of a mental mistake by Josie.
You gotta know where the sideline is when you're running around.
There's no player within 5 yards of him. All he has to do is stand there and catch the ball, and it's a gain.
I think you'll find the dimensions of this field are the same as the dimensions of your field back in Belton.
I will not disagree with that.
I can't make a Hoosiers reference, no, in a football game.
It just actually just went over my head. That's my fault. That's my bad.
2 receivers out to each side, and a handoff to Miller. And Miller gets across the line of scrimmage, but not much there. It will be 3rd down and long here for the Crusaders.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd time for Jackson to actually hand it to Miller. But remember, these run-pass options come with the built-in the zone handoff to Miller, and then Jackson can run on the perimeter, or he can throw to either the bubble screen or the route that Josie was running the play before.
So 3 quarters are in the books here in Stagg Bowl 44. When we come back, we'll have the final 15 minutes to determine the 2016 Division III football champion. We go to the 4th quarter with the score: Mary Hardin-Baylor 10, UW-Oshkosh 7 here on D3Football.com.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game, but for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Back out here at Stagg Bowl 44. Don't forget, if you're listening to us in the stands, I don't know why you would be doing that. That would be awesome. You can join us for our post-game show out at Mac and Bob's over in Salem, just about a mile and a half down the road, where Keith and I and Adam and Kevin and the rest of the gang will be doing our final wrap-up of the game. Ryan doesn't want to be on air, so I don't name you. Is that all right? Okay. That's what I heard. I heard that was a thing. So we'll be doing our post-game wrap-up there. That includes the Around the Nation podcast. If you're not in Salem, we'll drop it on the server sometime overnight or first thing tomorrow morning. You'll get our final wrap-up of everything. There will be, of course, post-game news conferences. We will send you to another stream for that. You can find them, I think, on Facebook Live from the NCAA as well. That will be where we'll send you for those. But right after the conclusion of the game, of course, the post-game awards ceremony, Frank Rossi will be down in the field. He'll be interviewing, the participants, and probably based on what happens here in the final 15 minutes, Keith, this has been an amazing game.
It has been, and I don't know which team feels more comfortable going in. I mean, Mary Hardin-Baylor obviously has the 10-7 lead, but they've been sloppy with the ball in the second half. Wisconsin-Oshkosh, they've created turnovers on defense but haven't been able to turn those turnovers into points. So now they've trailed longer in this game than they trailed the entire season.
Here's a 3rd down and 10 and a swing pass to Embry out of the backfield. And if that's an incomplete pass or a fumble, either way, it is not going to get the first down, that's for sure. And they are putting up the 4th down signal and marking the ball down.
On one hand, Mary Hardin-Baylor defensively playing outstanding today, 33 rushing yards for the Titans, and total yardage advantage, Mary Hardin-Baylor 257 and 188. But it's a 3-point game, and Oshkosh has been able to push the ball down the field, especially down the seams with a couple of big pass plays. They can get right back in this thing.
3 turnovers for Mary Hardin-Baylor, 1 for Oshkosh. And Baylor Mullins' punt is away, and it takes a couple of Mary Hardin-Baylor bounces inside the 30 down to the 27-yard line, a 41-yard punt and no return. And Oshkosh, which, as you said, Keith, has not done a whole heck of a lot on offense here, especially not on the ground. And they've tried to do some things on the ground. It just hasn't worked for them here, not in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, 26 carries by 5 ball carriers, 1.3 yards per carry. No individual ball carrier averaging more than 2.2, except for Dom Tortorella, who's got 2 carries for 10 yards. So, look, they're not getting anything on the ground. They're showing every formation under the sun. Mary Hardin-Baylor is not fooled. They're going to have to start pushing the ball up the field, but I think that actually could be the best outcome for them.
So Oshkosh with the ball, 1st and 10 at its own 27-yard line. Casper in the pistol with a back behind him, and he gives it to Hecker, and Hecker goes up the middle for a couple of yards. He's going to get up to the 30 for a gain of about 2.5.
I mean, this is basically becoming a tackling clinic.
Yeah.
Matt Cody, Baylor Mullins, right to the ball. They wrap up. Now, it's probably going to be a missed tackle on the game-winning play because I said that, but, I mean – They're there. Somebody's there wrapping up, and then the rest of the defense is getting there. So Oshkosh has got to go back to its creativity. They do, double passes, quarterback throwbacks. They got to pull one of those kind of plays out in soon.
2nd down and a long 7. Casper fakes the handoff. Here's a quick swing pass out to Menkowski. Lets a tackler go by, but the second tackler is right there to get him and wrap him up. And does another play that goes nowhere on offense for the Titans.
So this is basically a basic play now in football. You get the zone read fake, throw the bubble screen. Menkowski, the best player, but it's Baylor Mullins is there. It's Hunter Schmidt there. It's more people are arriving. It seems like they're having a competition, like a tackling competition. Reggie Wilson jumped in on that one as well. So. The 3rd down and long is actually a fairly decent position for Oshkosh because they've had some success throwing the ball up the middle of the field.
Evan Tamahong into the game for the first time I've seen him here at wide receiver for Oshkosh. He's 6'3", looking to pass. Casper looking downfield for him, looking for him to stretch, and it just overthrows him by about 7 yards. It'll be 4th down and 7 here for the Titans.
Mary Hardin-Baylor now looks like rolling its coverage to the bubble screen wide side. You have 7 guys. Again, this is the base of Mary Hardin-Baylor's defense. They just rush with Tedrick Smith and Fanene, Brazos Fuller, and Haston Adams. They just rush with the 4 down linemen, which means you can move 7 guys around in coverage. There isn't a ton of room to throw. Oshkosh has found the room, but that time on 3rd down, an incomplete pass, and now they're punting back, trailing by 3, about 13-19 left in the game.
Turner Geishart on to punt for the 5th time here this evening, standing back at his own 16-yard line, and he gets the kick away, just barely, I might add. Bryce Wilkerson lets it bounce and thought about picking it up on the roll, and it's going to take a huge Oshkosh roll inside the 15-yard line. That is a 55-yard punt, and it really does a number in pinning the Crusaders deep.
Haven't talked about Mary Hardin-Baylor's special teams yet, but during the course of the season, they've scored several touchdowns on special teams. They blocked a punt against Wheaton, almost blocked that one there against Oshkosh. They also gave up a kick return and a punt return for touchdown in the playoffs, so their special teams will be something to watch here in the last 13 minutes. Also, Mary Hardin-Baylor's got to be careful about just getting very conservative offensively. This is kind of what they do.
It is.
But it would be they'd much rather defend a bigger lead than 10-7.
13:04 to go here in the 4th quarter. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more 4th quarter action in a moment on Stagg Bowl 44.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
For the love of the game, but for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Back out here at Salem Stadium, home of the Stagg Bowl since 1993. This is the 24th Stagg Bowl here in Salem, Virginia, and it's one of the tightest, 10-7. The Crusaders of the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor lead the Titans of UW-Oshkosh here with 13:04 to play. And Keith, a long punt for UW-Oshkosh, and the Crusaders will start 1st and 10 at their own 15-yard line after a couple of possessions now where Mary Hardin-Baylor has, I would say, they haven't played conservatively. They just have had not much success.
No, and I'm more worried about them. If I'm a Crusaders fan or observer, getting conservative here. Guarantee you one of the first 2 plays is a direct snap to Jackson. He keeps it, runs behind somebody. The question is, how conservative do they get with the ball here? 13 minutes left at a 3-point lead.
And it is indeed on the keeper here on 1st down. He's got a little bit of room, made a nice hole at the middle, and then up to the 19-yard line, a pickup of just short of 5 yards.
Yeah, I was kind of going to say guarantee the first play is direct to Jackson, but I try to buy myself a little wiggle room there. But look, if you can get 5 yards doing it, then it's fine. The question here is now with 2nd and 5, are they able to push it to a 1st down, stretch this thing out a little bit? You don't want to get the ball 13 minutes and give it back with 11:30.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and once again a keeper by Jackson, and this time he's only got about a yard or 2 to work with. Spot with the forward progress up to the 22, where it'll be 3rd down and about 3.
I mean, how many gamers are on these defenses? Cameron Brown up there, Jake Thien on that tackle. Those guys, I mean, they're giving everything they have. They know they're down 3 in the national championship game. All they got to do is get the ball back for their offense. They're reacting well. They're tackling not nearly as well as Mary Hardin-Baylor, but certainly well enough.
Here on 3rd down and short, and looking to throw, and throwing, and pass complete, and enough for the 1st down across the 25 up to the 27, where Waikiki Walker is brought down.
And for Mary Hardin-Baylor, having these run-pass options off the zone read fake, they've been smart about not taking advantage of the pass option part. But because Jackson, as soon as he pulls that ball, the defense tightens up, he's able to throw for a 1st down because there's plenty of space.
And it's 1st down at the 27. A short drop for Jackson, stepping up, looking pass complete. In and out of the hands, of Waikiki Walker there, right on the sidelines, would have been only for about a gain of 4 yards, but just could not hold on to the football.
And the first down came because they were able to get chunks, 5, then 2, then another 5-6 yards for the first down. Now they're putting themselves in a second and long situation. They're going to need to get, at least 5 yards here. You don't want to put yourself in a third and long because then the Oshkosh defense knows it's pass coming.
4 receivers, 2 out to each side. Jackson in the pistol, the running back behind him, but he's just dropping back to pass. Now he's following the lead blocker in front of him across the 30, across the 35, and he slides down at the 34. That is short of the first down by about 3 yards.
Yeah, but for a snap that looks like it's going to be a pass play, and it's basically a quarterback draw, but it's a delayed run to Jackson, so he drops back, actually sets to pass, and while the blocking is sets up in front of him, and then he's able to run, and he's smart enough to slide and not take big hits. Mary Hardin-Baylor needs Blake Jackson in this game the rest of the way.
I may have misspoken. I had 4th down in my head, but it is 3rd down now, 3rd and 3.
But that's a huge second down play for them to give him a 3rd and short because, again, that pass option is there.
Miller in the game at running back, 2 receivers out to each side here. Thinking about the toss, there's the option toss to Miller. He's got some room across the 35 up to the 36, but that is still short of the first down by about a yard.
Well, Oshkosh blitzed both outside linebackers to try to keep Jackson in the pocket on a run play, and he pitches it to Markeith Miller. And look, Miller only has 8 touches today for 9 yards, but it couldn't be any bigger than that one right there because that third, he didn't convert it. I thought he converted it.
He didn't get it there.
And I was going to say he bought him another couple minutes to try to milk off the clock here, but
it could have been 1 yard bigger.
Never mind that. I thought he got it.
And he was trying to stretch the football out. He just did not have enough room to get there. So Baylor Mullins will be on to punt for the 3rd time here this evening, and he gets the line drive kick away. Fair catch signal for by Johnny Egan, and he's just going to let it bounce and roll away from him at the 25-yard line is where they down it. So a 39-yard punt and no return. 10-10 to go in the 4th quarter. 10-7 lead for Mary Hardin-Baylor, and let's send it downstairs to Frank Rossi.
Guys, I was watching the defense during that offensive series for Mary Hardin-Baylor, and you can sense they're getting a little tired. The cold weather probably eating into their energy level. I was watching Tetrick Smith and Baylor Mullins in particular, not saying much on the hot bench, just trying to hope for the offense to do something, but not really cheering them on. I think the fatigue is setting in a little bit here for the defenses, especially Mary Hardin-Baylor's right now.
Thanks a lot, Frank. And something else that was pointed out, Mary Hardin-Baylor had that huge time of possession advantage early on in the game. They had the big 20-play drive. They had another drive shortly after that. It is really evened out. The Mary Hardin-Baylor defense has now been on the field quite a bit here.
Hey, look, it's the national championship. No time to have any division between your offense and defense. No resentment. You got to lead. The defense is going to have to protect the lead. If you're on the defensive sideline, you say, we don't give up any more points, we can't lose this game. Offense, we don't turn the ball over, we're going to make it a lot more difficult for Oshkosh to score, especially with our great defense. The offense for UMHB actually wants to play into the hands of its defense. They want to let the defense win the game. Now, certainly they would have liked to convert that first down and control the ball a little longer, but when you look at how the crew has made Wisconsin-Oshkosh one-dimensional in this game, only 36 rushing yards total for a team that has Dylan Hecker and Devin Linsemeyer, Tottarello, all these guys who can put the ball in their hands and make big plays with it. Mary Hardin-Baylor they're playing the defense that they want to play. At the same time, they're only protecting a 3-point lead. They can still play well, give up one big play, and Oshkosh can tie the game with a field goal, give up one big play, Oshkosh can take the lead. So can't ask for really more tension in the final 10 minutes of a Stagg Bowl than a 10-7 game between two teams who are looking at winning the first national championship. One of them's going to go back to campus, heroes, remembered for a long time, and the other one's going to go back disappointed.
And Kevin Neas was talking in his sojourn on the sidelines earlier this evening about how tense it is on this sidelines on both sides, and it is Titan football here. First down and 10 at their own 25, turning around here in the 4th quarter, of course, going right to left across your computer monitor. 10-10 to go in regulation here in Stagg Bowl 44. Dropping back to pass is Casper, looking long up the left side and just overthrows his intended receiver incomplete. Chad Redmer had maybe a half step of separation, but the ball was well overthrown.
We mentioned it last time. Luke Vinay, he has a bunch of trick plays in his back pocket. Time for him to pull one of them out. That one, not so much a trick play, but it was an out and up. Kind of a semi-basic play, but something that the Mary Hardin-Baylor defensive backs haven't seen all day. Reggie Wilson didn't play it that well, but he played it well enough, and Brett Casper threw it out of bounds.
2nd down and 10. Casper with the tight end in front of him to his left, and a running back behind him here in the pistol with a receiver to each side. And the running back is Lindsey-Meyer, and he gets the give at the 20 and is wrapped up at the 22-yard line. By the way, that is short of the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and long.
Well, and what Mary Hardin-Baylor does defensively that makes it so tough is the 4-2-5 means they have 6 in the box. So it looks like the offense feels good about the numbers that it has, especially if they have a fullback or extra tight end in there. They actually sometimes they'll have 6 on 6, sometimes they have 7 on 6. So they think they have the advantage and they're running the ball. But every single guy on the Mary Hardin-Baylor defense holds up. They make a tackle. The defensive backs rally up to tackle. And then by having only 6 in the box, they're allowed to have 5 in coverage. So there's nothing deep down the field open.
Casper 15 of 23 passing for 155 yards, right around 7 yards an attempt. He drops back to pass here on 3rd and long, and he's being chased out, and he will not get that pass attempt off. He is wrapped up in the backfield. Once again, 2 Crusaders meet at the quarterback, and it is Tedrick Smith along with the other side. It's A.J. Fanene.
Yeah, the 2 defensive ends. And look, Caleb Armstrong comes in and plays those rundowns at defensive end so Fanene can be fresh for a passing down. Tedrick Smith, he doesn't come off the field. Those 2 guys met at the quarterback, actually gave each other a high five or a low five after they sacked him. But, Casper has to know he just doesn't have that much time. You got to get it out 3 seconds. It's not like they needed 15, 20 yards. They only needed 10, so you got to get it out more quickly.
Here's another punt, and Wilkerson's going to come over and think about fielding it, but it's over his head, and it rolls once again out of bounds. Another pretty good punt for UW-Oshkosh. It really flips the field actually quite a bit. That's about a 58-yard punt, and once again, no return.
Yeah, and we've been seeing both teams are brilliant at playing the field position game. The defenses are playing well, and even though I was a little bit critical of Brett Casper for not getting the ball out quickly on that 3rd down, smart of him to not push it into coverage. Don't want any turnovers at this point because his defense is playing well. They're within 3 points. They're going to get most likely at least 1 more possession.
8:31 to go, 10-7. University of Mary Hardin-Baylor in the lead in Stagg Bowl 44. We'll be back after this.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Back out here at Salem, Virginia, Salem Stadium. Willis Whitefield, the host of the Stagg Bowl, and 8:31 to go here in the 4th quarter. And University of Mary Hardin-Baylor leads the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh 10-7. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian. Frank Rossi down on the sidelines, our cast of several here along with us as well. And all of you folks listening along at home, we appreciate you, especially those of you who are watching it on ESPNU, have it muted, have synced up with your DVR and listening to us online. We appreciate that. Send us a recording of that. That would be fun. Here's Blake Jackson on 1st down and 10. He's going to give it up the middle, and Miller gets maybe his biggest gain of the day, a gain of 4, and it'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, I think that's actually Dwayne Thompson in there. Remember,
it's not his biggest gain of the day.
They get it looks like they're on a 2-1, 2 series for Miller, 1 series for Dwayne Thompson. He comes in. Thompson's a guy who's been a full-time back for Mary Hardin-Baylor in the past, dealt with some injuries and split time this year. Miller has eclipsed him, but they still use both backs, and now's the time you use multiple backs.
2nd down and 6. Short drop out of the pistol set for Jackson. He is being chased out of the pocket. He's going to take it and run, of course, and he pushes it forward up to the 29-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
Craig Steinbrotten, the Oshkosh defensive coordinator, got to be at some point just shrugging his shoulders. You got the perfect coverage behind. There's nowhere for Jackson to throw. You're rushing off the edges, trying to keep Jackson contained, and he still buys some time and turns what should be a 3rd and long into a 3rd and 3. 3rd and 2, actually. Long 2, though.
Jackson thinking about keeping it. Now he's going to throw, and he's just going to overthrow everybody. He thought he was going to get some kind of farther release from Waikiki Walker, and instead does not do so. There's a flag downfield in that area.
Yeah, and looks like it's going to be a defensive holding on the Titans, and that's so tough. It's on AJ.
Holding defense number 7. 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
So AJ Pleva, the cornerback downfield, called for the hold, and that's of course an automatic 1st down.
I mean, it's such a tough spot for Pleva to be in because Blake Jackson, 3rd and 3, it's a run-pass option. So he pulls the read fake, looks like he's going to turn the corner, run for 3 yards. He's been doing it all day, and then Jackson just pulls up, throws it down the field. And now he'd already fooled Waikiki Walker as well. Waikiki actually stopped running, but it was enough to draw the penalty and a big 1st down.
Here's Thompson on the give on 1st and 10 from the 40, a gain of minimal yardage, about 1. It'll be 2nd down and long. Clock ticking, 7:25 and counting remaining in regulation. Mary Hardin-Baylor still leading 10-7.
Yeah, and I believe that's actually the first penalty of the game for Wisconsin Oshkosh. So poor time for it to come. 7:36, and that extends Mary Hardin-Baylor's possession. First penalty of the game, though.
1 for 10 yards for Oshkosh, 5 penalties for 40 yards for Mary Hardin-Baylor.
And it's just kind of hard to blame the defense. They're playing great. 10 points allowed.
Jackson looking to throw on 2nd down and long, has to rush it away, hit as he lets it go, and is floats, and they're going to throw the flag. Waikiki Walker had no path to get back to the football as much as that was underthrown.
No, and if the penalty's on Walker, that's a great penalty.
Says the cornerback.
Look,
says the safety.
You have basically about to field it like a punt.
Well, Mary Hardin-Baylor's side is happier than one would think if it were an offensive penalty. So.
Interference, defense number 14, 15-yard penalty, automatic, 1st down.
That's Cameron Brown. They get for the flag here. And, of course, Blake Jackson a little bit slow to get up.
Because he got hammered.
Well, yeah, he did get hammered. I'm just – there's a reason. It's no doubt.
I mean, he got hit as he was throwing it, which is what made the ball such a long kind of skying punt almost. And then there were 3 Oshkosh defenders in the area to try to field it.
Oh, yeah, well. You get one more look at it, you could see Brown all of a sudden turns around to start fielding it, and he just pretty much runs right into Walker.
So Pleva's running with Walker. Walker's covered. Cole Yoder has a chance to field it, and then Cameron Brown just kind of didn't see Walker and ran into him. It's a tough call. If that was a no call, I don't know if anybody would have complained.
Oshkosh takes a timeout. We'll take one as well. 6:48 to go here in the 4th quarter. It's 10-7 Mary Hardin-Baylor here in Stagg Bowl 44 from Salem, Virginia.
Celebrate the soggy shoes and the slow starts. Celebrate the lessons learned along the way. These are the wins. Not the shiny, nail-biting kind. These are the last a lifetime kind.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Back out here in Salem, Virginia, 6:48 to go in Stagg Bowl 44. Pat Coleman along with Keith McMillian and Frank Rossi here on the call for D3Football.com. And it has been the defensive battle that was really set up by 2 great defensive battles last week, Keith, in Mary Hardin Baylor defeating Mount Union 14-12, and Oshkosh defeating John Carroll 10-3.
Yeah, and both these teams have continued that great defensive play today. So even as disappointed as Wisconsin Oshkosh fans are right now with that the defense drawing their first 2 penalties of the game in the past minute of play here, both of those penalties giving Mary Hardin Baylor first downs, the defense is still playing outstanding. You're within reach. You just got to get the ball back. 6:48 left. Can't complain about the defense. This is a defense that got them here. Go back 2 rounds against St. Thomas, 8 turnovers. You go back to last week against John Carroll, hold them to 3. Tough penalties this drive. Certainly, I thought the Cam Brown one should have been a no call, but can't complain about the defense. The defense, they just got to get the ball back here. They can't allow Mary Hardin Baylor to kill so much clock and then put points on the board. It's either going to be one or the other, or ideally for Oshkosh, generate just one more turnover. You have 43 turnovers this season. They need a 44th.
Scoring, back at 9:38 to go in the first quarter on their first possession of the game, a 64-yard drive for Oshkosh. They went up 7-0. We talked about the 20-play drive that Mary Hardin Baylor got a field goal out of, and then they scored with 3:16 to go in the first half. Here's a throw back to Jackson, and Jackson looking downfield for Wilkerson. Wilkerson's complete for the first down at the 25, inside the 25 to the 23.
So I thought we were going to see that from Pat Cerrone and Luke Vinay, one of those trick plays here in the fourth quarter. It was Mary Hardin Baylor that dials up the flea flicker. The crazy thing about it is you got 2 guys, they're 2 speedy receivers running up the seams. You think they're going to go deep on the flea flicker. Instead, he takes it the intermediate route along the sideline for a big gain.
Conservative play call says who? Here's Thompson on first down. He runs, got some bounce out to the right side across the 20, down to the 19, and pick up a 5 on first down.
Hey, they've been putting us to sleep for 14 weeks, and they woke up here.
I thought you were going to say 14 years, because that would not be inaccurate either.
That's true. They've really opened up their passing game more than ever this year, but the run-pass option and having Blake Jackson is what has been making it all go. And now, if you're Dwayne Thompson in the backfield, every time you get that zone read handoff, cover the ball up with 2 hands.
Walker and Wilkerson out to the right, or out to the left. Josie out to the right, and here's Thompson on the give, up the middle, and he's across the line of scrimmage down to the 16-yard line, where it'll be now 3rd down and 2.
Mary Hardin Baylor offensive line getting a pretty good push in the middle. Look, there's no secret right now at this point in the game. They're going to run the ball up the middle. They're going to hand off those zone handoffs more often than not. They're trying to kill clock. No surprise to the defense either. But if Colton Hall, Broderick Jenkins, Corbin Campitelli, and that offensive line, if they're getting some push, nothing a whole lot the defense can do.
Another high snap. Jackson thinks about the pass now, keeps it across the middle to the 10, down to the 5. First down and goal for the Crusaders.
I mean, my Lord, how do you defend that? Blake Jackson buys himself about a half a second of time and cocks the ball just enough as a defender where if you're covering, now you have to go make sure you're covering your guy, and it buys him a crease to get through on a 3rd and 3 for a first and goal.
5:05 and counting remaining in the ball game. Crusaders milking this clock and trying to add to this 10-7 lead here in Stagg Bowl 44.
And now maybe the Oshkosh defense, you start to see them take some risks with some run blitzes inside or off the edge, because you got to get some tackles for losses.
Here's Jackson looking to get to the right side, trying to get around the short corner, and does not. In fact, loses about 3 yards out. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 10.
And Mary Hardin Baylor right now, this drive is doing 2 crucial things: killing clock and giving them a chance to extend the lead. Now, if they extend it to 13-7, doesn't hurt the Titans a whole bunch. They just have to score a touchdown instead of a field goal. But if they extend it to 17-7, it's over. Or awful close to it, I guess.
It would be really difficult for the Oshkosh offense, the success that we have seen them have, or the lack of it, against the Mary Hardin Baylor defense, for them to come down and score twice in with the time remaining.
And you can't knock the Mary Hardin Baylor for taking as much clock as possible here, but you are giving the Wisconsin Oshkosh defense, which was on its heels, you're giving them a little rest.
Play clock at 2. Jackson takes the snap, keeps it himself, looking for room on the left side, dances his way back into the middle, down back to about the 5-yard line, where it'll be 3rd down and goal. Now, Mowry's kind of struggled from field goal range on this season, as we've mentioned. From beyond 30, he is 4 of 11, but inside 30 he's a perfect 4 for 4. And, of course, on PATs, 86 of 86, 87 of 87 now.
And remember back in the first half, that 20-play drive that Mary Hardin Baylor had, Oshkosh defense tightened up inside the 10-yard line, held them to a field goal attempt. The same thing happens here. Oshkosh still has a chance to win the national championship. They give up a touchdown here, and the celebration starts to be on for the Crusaders as we hit the 3:30 mark.
Play clock at 5. Wilkerson comes in motion. Jackson takes the snap, and they get a timeout, or are they going to get a delay of game penalty here?
Didn't see any flags come out, so has to be a time.
On the offense, number 7.
Delay of
5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Guess the ref doesn't need to throw a flag. He just put his mic on.
There you go. Yeah, to get be nice. He would. Mallory would probably appreciate getting a few of those yards back here if they do have to resort for a field goal now. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 15 here.
So the delay of game penalty.
Excuse me, from the 10.
The delay of game penalty comes at 3:22. Certainly a painful penalty, but the clock winds.
Take another 25 seconds off. Right now, Jackson is jumping, waiting for the play call to come back in, and he is not getting it. They're going to call a timeout here at the 2:57 mark. So Mary Hardin-Baylor takes the timeout. That's their first timeout. They have 2 remaining. The Titans have 2 as well. And it is a promising drive. Still a potential to get some points on the board, but it's kind of stalled here over the course of the last 2 non-snaps.
Well, yeah, the delay of game penalty certainly now takes a 3rd and 5 to a 3rd and 10. But the 3rd and 5 call, judging by the first few steps after the snap, that was a pass play anyway. And so when you get down in the red zone, especially inside the 10-yard line, it actually helps sometimes to buy yourself a little bit of space, because now you can throw corner routes, you can throw fades, you can throw stuff to the outside that you just sometimes don't have enough space to do inside the 5. Remember, the big play on this drive too was the flea flicker. So creative play call. Mary Hardin-Baylor's play calling most of the day pretty standard run pass option stuff. It's creative in that it allows Blake Jackson to create, but it's repetitive in that you see Oshkosh has seen it over the course of the game over and over again. So maybe you see a creative play call here from Mary Hardin-Baylor. Maybe you see them play it safe, kick the field goal, and try to prevent the touchdown. But I think the field goal is dangerous.
Now you're talking like a coach there. The coaches who are afraid to snap because it might be blocked and it might turn into 6 points the other direction.
I mean, look, it's better to have a 6-point lead than a 3-point lead, but the defense still has to go win it.
Here's 3rd and goal. Jackson looking to throw, now looking to run. He's got room to get to the corner. He's down to the 5, leaps, and he is not going to get in the end zone with that leap, but he probably gets another yard out of it. So it's going to get it down to about the 4 or the 3-yard line, and bring in the looks like the field goal unit coming on the field.
Well, that's interesting, though, because it looks like Jackson got down to the 2-yard line.
Yep, they're going to spot him nose right on the 2.
From the 2, you may say we could give it a shot.
Well, I remember the holder is Kyle Jones. He's also the backup quarterback, 25 of 39 passing. I doubt that they go anything but conservative here, though, with the opportunity to tack on some points here.
Sure. Just as chance to put it away is certainly tempting.
Mallory 4 of 4 from inside 30 yards on field goals, and now make it 4 of 5. That does no good. So once again, somehow this Oshkosh defense holds on. It's a good snap. It's handled well, and it's just outside the left upright from the left hash.
Well, even though Mary Hardin-Baylor didn't add any points, and now
they subtracted a lot of clock.
They sure did. They took over with 10-10.
But think about the shot in the arm this gives UW-Oshkosh. They have struggled so much on offense, and now they just need 3 points to extend this game. And Eli Wetstein has got a 50-yard field goal on his resume this season.
Well, look, if Oshkosh somehow wins this thing, it certainly would be a surprise, because I don't think they've outplayed Mary Hardin-Baylor, but they've played well enough to stay close, and they give themselves a chance to win. If you would have asked them at the beginning of the day, hey, we're going to be within a field goal with 2:23 left with a chance to win the national championship, they'd probably take it.
Yeah.
I mean, the offense is there, as well as the defense has played. This team, I think, has a somewhat offensive identity. You have a junior quarterback that you trust a lot, a junior running back that you trust a lot. Sam Mankowski is a guy who hasn't gotten up the field at all today, and probably won't against a 5 defensive back alignment, but he's a guy who can go up and get a pass, and you only really need to hit one big play to get into field goal range. Got 2:23, got 2 timeouts, 10-7 game. Now, Mary Hardin-Baylor last week, their defense had to protect a 2-point lead, and they did it.
And here they have a lot more yardage to work with. The ball comes out to the 20 after the missed field goal, and Oshkosh is working from there, going right to left, and Casper looking downfield, and Casper pass incomplete, right in there, locked up against the defender, Reggie Wilson, as not much opportunity for him to complete that pass.
And that's Johnny Egan. He's not putting any pressure on his left leg. I don't know if that's an Achilles or an ankle or something, but he's hopped off one leg from the far side of the field, and he's still hopping. Johnny Egan is their star safety. They put him in on offense to kind of go get a ball every now and again.
Yeah, Johnny Egan on the season has 8 catches, but all of them are off the hands of opposing quarterbacks. Now it'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 20. There's a low snap at Casper with a drop. Happy feet in the pocket, gets it off, and a pass is complete to the tight end. Mooney fights his way out of a tackle to get a couple yards out of it. Fights his way from the 20 up to about the 25-yard line.
Does stop the clock, but short gains are not going to do a whole lot for the Oshkosh offense. The problem is Mary Hardin-Baylor, their base defense is 5 defensive backs. They're used to playing all this off coverage and not allowing stuff up the field. And now at this point in the game, they're going to start dropping the 2 linebackers, Cody and Renicky, into basically 7-man coverages.
Only 3,476 fans here, but Mary Hardin-Baylor fans on that side of the field are making a lot of noise right now with a 3rd down and 4 for the Titans at their own 26-yard line. Casper looking to throw, complete over the middle for the 1st down, up the 35 to the 37 for Chad Redmer. Chains move with a $1:40 to go.
Well, big 1st down there, and the pass rush not getting home. The Oshkosh offensive line giving Casper enough time to double pump and complete a 1st down pass on a 3rd and 5.
That penalty is declined. 1st down.
It's A.J. Fanene, and he's going to come off the field after the defensive penalty.
The Titans move the chains so they don't have to take a timeout, but the clock starts rolling again with a $1:36 to go. 2 receivers out to each side. Casper at his own 37-yard line. Takes the snap, 3-step drop, looking to throw, just a short one over the middle and complete, but knocked down right away at the 41-yard line, and this clock is going to continue to roll.
I mean, and who else? Baylor Mullins, who is a safety, but he basically is their in-the-box safety. They're rover. He plays over the slot. He basically played over the slot all tonight. Comes up and makes tackles. 1:05
to go. 2nd down and long. Rolling out to the right side. Casper complete and to Blackburn. Gets out of bounds at the 45 with 1:03 to go. Still short of the 1st down, but it does stop the clock.
So a little bit of chess match on both sides. Oshkosh going to take the short passes that are there. Mary Hardin-Baylor happy not to let any deep passes go. And the brilliant thing about Oshkosh, of course, is save the timeout there by completing a pass along the sidelines.
10-7, Crusaders trying to hold on here with 1:03 to go. Another 30 or so yards to get into even reasonable field goal range. Here's Casper with another quick out. That pass is complete. Enough for the 1st down to Dylan Hecker as he dives out of bounds right at midfield.
Now,
remember we mentioned the field goal range for Wettstein as long as 50 yards this season. 16 of 22 on field goals. Not much wind to speak of right now. To attempt a 50-yarder, they need another 17 yards on offense.
59 seconds.
Clock stopped because of the out of bounds, and Titans still have 2 of their timeouts. Casper looking, steps up, and they're going to get a pass interference call. Calls from flags from all over the field as Blackburn was basically run over by Hunter Schmidt at the 30-yard line.
Yeah, and the problem with that is that's probably not a completion if Hunter Smith doesn't kind of trip and fall all over him. Whether he was on top of Blackburn because he thought he was going to allow a completion or just because he lost his balance, doesn't matter. That's a big penalty at this point because in college, these aren't spot fouls. That's a 15-yard penalty.
Defense number 6. 15-yard penalty from previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
Remember I said they needed 17. They just picked up 15 as you heard.
but also a field goal attempt just ties it.
Yep.
And, somebody wants to start.
Yeah, but if you play overtime with Mary Hardin Baylor, you've got the better field goal kicker. I think that's the play for Oshkosh here.
I'm just saying that Oshkosh is going to maybe have a chance to win it with a touchdown.
They have that. They have 2 timeouts remaining, 55 seconds to go, 35 yards from the end zone, trailing 10-7 here in Stagg Bowl 44. Casper dropping back to pass. A little dump it right at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, we almost had the Heisman Trophy moment of all Heisman Trophy moments.
Right at the feet of, was that Haston Adams again?
It was Haston Adams.
Jeez.
And he would have been able to top his play from earlier in the season if he had.
He had his hands on it.
Yeah, but it was a low throw. And look.
He returned 2 fumbles for touchdowns this
But he's
season.
also not built to catch the ball around his knees. He's 6'5", 295.
2nd down and 10 at the 35-yard line.
We got a Stagg Bowl in the final minute, 3-point game. 2 teams have never won a championship before. How great is this?
51 seconds to go. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Casper looking to throw, still looking to throw. Looking up the left sideline for Tortorella, and is that picked off? No, out of bounds, just unable to haul it in bounds for Mary Hardin Baylor, just unable to do so. Hunter Schmidt trying to redeem himself for that pass interference call.
And look, this is when you'd love to have a guy up in the box looking at it, because Hunter Smith, I think, dove from inbounds and certainly caught it, but probably didn't have a foot inbounds. He was probably in the air.
3rd down and 10. Clock stopped with 45 to go.
5 defensive backs, 7 in coverage.
Here's a quick pass. It's deflected at the line of scrimmage. It's going to fall incomplete, and now it's 4th down and 10. And decision time. Do you send someone out now to kick a 52-yard field goal with 42 seconds left to try to tie this game?
I think you have to, because if it's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 5, you can convert it, or 4th and 5, you can convert it for fourth down. I think 4th and 10 is tough. But the offense staying on the field, not even any hint of a field goal kicker coming in.
52-yard field goals are tough in Division III. Tough with a championship on the line, and they're going to keep the offense on the field here.
And Wettstein missed a short field goal against John Carroll last week, so
Oshkosh is going to take a timeout here with 42 seconds to go. They're going to keep considering this.
Yeah, I think
you owe it to yourself to think it.
Right,
think it through.
Exactly. You want to be confident, make the decision that you want to make, so that whether or not you win a national championship, you don't regret rushing the decision to go for it on 4th and 10 or attempt a 52-yard field goal. It's right on that place where there's just no right answer unless it works.
Well, exactly. There are very few teams in Division III where you can even really have this legitimate conversation, right? They needed those 17 yards to get to 50. They got the 15 courtesy of the penalty on Hunter Schmidt, and they've gone nowhere since. 3 incomplete passes, and here we are sitting at 4th and 10.
I mean, this is exactly the unit Mary Hardin Baylor wants on the field at this time in the game. You got Tedrick Smith, A.J. Fanene fresh off a timeout, so they're going to be rushing, and they need 10 yards, so it can't be a quick developing throw. Oshkosh offensive line got All-Americans on that line, guys who've played really well. They're going to need to hold up in this situation. This is it.
Offense is back out on the field. 2 receivers out to each side. Rifle set here for the Titans. At the Mary Hardin Baylor 35-yard line. Casper looking to throw, looking for Tortorella, and it is completely picked off right into the hands of Matt Cody. He buries it. He sits down on it, and the celebration starts with 35 seconds to go.
That is exactly how Mary Hardin Baylor would have written its own finish. Last week against Mount Union, defending a 2-point lead, the defense goes out, gets a turnover. In the Stagg Bowl, defending a 3-point lead, the defense makes the play. Senior middle linebacker Matt Cody couldn't write a much better ending than that for Mary Hardin Baylor.
Now there's a flag out on the field because we're going to have unsportsmanlike conduct or too many men on the field here.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. Half the distance, 1st down.
But it's fairly academic here because all the Crusaders need to do is kneel it down twice. Titans can take a timeout, but what an amazing stand, and frankly, be honest with you here, if you think Oshkosh really had, if you had seen Oshkosh for the first 55 minutes of this game, would you have thought they even got to this position?
Well, offensively, they weren't able to run the ball, and they have such a great running game. Mary Hardin Baylor made them one-dimensional. So, no, But it's amazing how the first drive, 9-play touchdown drive for Oshkosh, and the rest of the game will contrast.
What a great time to run out the victory formation here in the Stagg Bowl. Mary Hardin-Baylor has been here one time before, back in 2004. They have spent 12 years getting back to this moment. They almost came away with the win back in their first trip here back in Stagg Bowl 32, and now in Stagg Bowl 44. The final seconds will tick off, and Mary Hardin-Baylor is the 2016 Division III football national champions. Crusaders on the field. What an amazing picture. Look at all that celebration.
Yeah, I wanted to listen to it for a second there. Blake Jackson ran up the field from about the 10-yard line to the 40, so he took a 50-yard run. Helmets are being thrown. People are climbing out of the stands for Mary Hardin-Baylor. Look, this has been a long time coming for this program. They started football in 1998 under Pete Fredenberg, got here to Salem to the Stagg Bowl in 2004, lost by a touchdown to Linfield. Remember the sack at the end of that game, made it a 28-21 final. So many disappointments for Mary Hardin-Baylor in the semifinals, a 1-point loss to Whitewater.
The last-second loss to Mount Union.
The 14-point lead blown at Mount Union. Mount Union scores with 5 seconds left in 2012. So long time coming for Pete Fredenberg, who's been a really great guy for D3. And finally, a team that does it, and they do it with defense. In this day and age, when offense has been so prolific, they hold a team to 7 points and win a national championship.
Stick around. Frank Rossi's down on the field, and as soon as we have the opportunity to talk with somebody, we will. But just an amazing evening of football. We very rarely have a defensive player as most outstanding player, and I certainly see, I'm sure a lot of people will vote for Blake Jackson just because he held so much of that game in his hands, both with his running ability and his passing ability. But I would have to think that you could pick out one standout defender and give them that most outstanding player trophy. That would be where I would go.
Yeah, and the problem is it's hard to pick just one defender. Matt Cody with that interception, and with the way he played in the second half, some great tackles, especially on third down in key situations. You certainly could give it to Matt Cody. Baylor Mullins all over the field. Tedrick Smith, a couple of half sacks. It's just a team effort for that Mary Hardin-Baylor defense. I mean, they're even running more than 11 guys onto the field. Subbing in defensive backs, subbing in defensive linemen the whole time. So what a team effort for Mary Hardin-Baylor. And 2 weeks in a row, the defense protects a small lead, and Mary Hardin-Baylor is your national champion.
We were talking in the parking lot before the game with the tailgating players, former players from Mary Hardin-Baylor who played for this team when they were here back in 2004. We had Austin Crawford and Keith Zunker on our pregame show. You're talking about, how hard it is to get back here. This is a program that Mary Hardin-Baylor has remained in the elite in Division III football, but nobody has broken through in the past 12 years since then. Nobody other than Whitewater, Mount Union, and a couple times St. Thomas.
And look who they went through to do it. Beat Redlands in the first round. They beat Linfield. They beat Wheaton, team from the CCIW, one of our strongest conferences every season. They beat Mount Union. They come here to Salem and beat Wisconsin-Oshkosh from the WIAC, so you beat a team from the Northwest Conference, the CCIW, the OAC, the WIAC. I mean, you definitely deserve to be national champions, and that's what's so great about this playoff system.
That you have the opportunity to do that. We're talking before the game, too. If you're Oshkosh, in a 16-team playoff, these guys don't get in the field.
It's true, because they didn't win their conference. But they deserve to be here, and they showed to the very last minute of this game that they deserved to be here. The defense kept them in it. The offense scores a touchdown on its first drive. 9-play drive, looks easy. And then nothing else the rest of the game.
Celebrating with the trophy in front of their fans. 4 fan buses made it here from Belton, Texas. 18-hour drive in the best of conditions, and just an amazing night for the folks from Texas to be out here on a chilly night in Salem, Virginia.
Yeah, you know, you don't feel the cold as much when you're warmed up by that national championship. And for the Mary Hardin Baylor fans who have been through some of the demoralizing defeats, they lost semifinal games in 2007, 2008, 2012, 2013, all to Mount Union or Whitewater, and finally broke through to win a national championship.
We're going to send it downstairs for Frank Rossi.
Guys, Matt Cody with me. Matt, how'd it feel with that final interception?
Yeah, man, this is everything I dreamed of, Bubba. I got nothing but praise for my teammates, my coaches, my family, man. This is how you wanted it. Nothing but that man running the rock. That's that man DC, man. Nothing but a team effort. Nothing but a team effort.
You led in tackle sack. I know the stats don't mean much to you beyond getting that trophy tonight, but at what point did you feel comfortable in this game?
Man, I felt comfortable the whole game. Our big thing is trusting, and we trust each other. My man Carson made plays, offense made plays, and defense just stepped up, and that's just trust from coaches to players, and we just did it all. It was a good team effort.
A lot of kudos to Oshkosh.
Sir?
A lot of kudos to Oshkosh.
Nothing but mad respect. That's the best team we faced all year, and they're one hell of a team.
So what are you doing tonight?
I'm going to drink something cold and kiss a girl.
Congratulations. Go celebrate.
I appreciate it.
Big up to you guys.
That's better than doing it the other way around, I'm pretty sure. That's Frank Rossi down the field with Matt Cody. He's pretty happy. How about that? A 10-7 win for the Crusaders here in Stagg Bowl 44. Kevin, keep me honest. What was I supposed to say? What did they want me to tweet? Something about hope something. Hope doesn't win championships or something like that. Yeah, hope doesn't win championships. That was what the Crusader fans in the parking lot wanted me to say. If indeed my prediction was wrong. So indeed, hope does not win championships. And neither does Calvin, at least not in football.
Oh, wow. Well, that I'm kind of on that, but I'm pretty excited about that Matt Cody interview. That was awesome.
Maybe the best post-game interview we've had.
I don't even think you heard the beginning of it because you had your earphones off.
Oh no, I could hear the whole thing. He was that loud. I was just holding the headphones out so that the rest of us here in the box could hear it. Honestly, the other most memorable post-game interview is Pat Cummings in 2003, just kind of grabbing St. John's defensive tackle Ryan Wynot for well before we really had the legitimate right to do so, and just kind of asking him a question in the scrum down there.
Yeah, good times, man. Good times. Good times.
All right, let's go down to the field and for the PA. That's what I'm getting at. Sorry, Dave. I know I'm. No, I thought I heard stuff. So. Just handing out trophies. That's all we're doing here at Stagg Bowl 44. What an amazing finish. Keith is going to head downstairs. Post-game news conference. Don't forget, often if you are a D3Football.com Stagg Bowl junkie, you would hear us for the next hour and 75 minutes. But we're not going to do that. We're going to tweet out the link to the post-game news conferences, which will start in a couple of minutes.
Outstanding player. We welcome NCAA committee member Darla Kirby to the stage to present the Most Outstanding Player Award to the player from Mary Hardin Baylor with 290 total yards.
Well, I guess I know who that is.
He made it into the end zone. He threw for 171 yards passing, 119 yards rushing. From Mary Hardin Baylor, ladies and gentlemen, this year's Most Outstanding Player, Blake Jackson.
And you could hear the Mary Hardin Baylor fans reacting there. Blake Jackson, of course, an amazing performance by him. And we'll welcome in Kevin Neas here in a moment too. But we also got Frank Rossi downstairs. Let's go there first.
Doom, how's it feel, buddy?
It feels very, very good, man. It feels very, very good, man. It's a dream come true. A dream come true. We worked so hard to get this to this point. Worked so hard to be national champions. Now we're here and we won, baby.
I was watching you on that sideline with a lot of emotion. Early on, you're kind of happy-go-lucky. Then in that second half, you tighten up a little bit. You look like you're getting a little tired. The cold was getting to you. There's a certain point where things kind of snap, where I think you had that half sack at one point in the fourth quarter. Take me through that fourth quarter.
Man, it was wild, man. They were a great team. They were physical. They were tough, man. And, the cold kind of got to me, but I knew what was on the line for my teammates and for this program. So I stepped up Man, I just gave all I got, man, and here we are.
So, did you see this coming this season before the season started?
Oh, yes, sir. Man, I dreamed of this all my life, man. I see us being great. I seen me being great. I seen the coaches being great. I seen this program being great, and now we're great.
Tedrick, you're great indeed on that field and off the field. I know you are. Congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you so much, man.
All right, Tedrick Smith giving his best preacher impression there. That's impressive. I enjoyed that quite a bit. As we welcome in Kevin Neas. I first saw Tedrick Smith in, I think it might have been his third collegiate game. I went down there for the opening of that fantastic stadium down there in Belton, Texas, and he just had the breakout game of all breakout games. Started at defensive end against Wesley. They had a fantastic game against Wesley defensively, and his career arc is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch film of Mary Hardin-Baylor's defense, he jumps out off the screen, which is saying something because they're full of great athletes on that side of the ball, especially. So, but watching film, you see him in every frame making plays.
What you said echoes something that I think we saw people mention on our message board at some point this season, not long ago. It was like, Tedrick Smith is in every photo on the Mary Hardin-Baylor Crusader website, and that's just a testament to where he is on the field pretty much at all times. I want to ask you before we get out of here. I know Frank Rossi is lining up another interview for us here, but before we go, at least get your thoughts in order about Blake Jackson as a quarterback.
Blake Jackson made play after play after play today. He was a warrior out there, and you have to take your hat off to him. When Mary Hardin-Baylor needed a play to be made, they knew that they could snap the ball to him, and for the most part, he'd make great decisions, and it worked out for him. So one of the best athletes that I've seen at this level playing quarterback, and he made play after play today.
That they're gonna at Oshkosh, they're gonna rethink that decision. They're gonna replay that in their minds for a long time. That the opportunity to take a pretty chancy field goal opportunity, obviously, would have been a 52-yarder that they needed to tie, and instead they end up throwing the interception that seals the game.
That was tough. You have a 52-yard field goal. Your kickers made a 50-yarder, but a lot can happen, and Mary Hardin-Baylor's blocked kicks this year. Yeah. So it's hard to argue with the decision that was made, and I think Pat Cerrone's going to sleep well tonight knowing that he did everything that he should have.
Yeah, just an amazing game on both sides. Obviously, the ties for the second lowest scoring game in Stagg Bowl history, 10-7. University of Mary Hardin-Baylor defeats UW-Oshkosh here in the Stagg Bowl. We'll run quickly through some final stats. They mentioned them on the field, but Blake Jackson, 28 carries for 119 yards, 16 of 27 passing for 171 yards. He ran for a touchdown. He did throw an interception, but just an amazing performance for him on the afternoon, on the evening. On the other side, Brett Casper, 20 of 33 passing for 185 yards for the Titans, including the 2 interceptions, the one of which sealed the game. But the defense for Mary Hardin-Baylor, I know we talked about this on the broadcast, but 29 carries for 30 yards. It just could never mount any semblance of a rushing attack, the Titans.
Rushing attack and passing. The windows were really tiny out there, especially in the second half. It is really hard to throw on 6 defensive backs.
It is. I mean, when you start with 5 as your base and you can get pressure up front with just a handful of individuals, that gives you the freedom to do a whole lot of stuff in terms of pass defense.
Yep, nothing to feel ashamed about. They made a lot of teams work harder for their points this year, and Oshkosh is going to build on this.
We're waiting for Frank Rossi to line up one more interview. I know we'll be getting to the post-game news conferences as well, but they have not yet started, so you're not missing out on anything yet. UW-Oshkosh will be on the podium first, and then Mary Hardin-Baylor will follow. And, of course, in a little over an hour from now, our crew will be over at Mac and Bob's in Salem, Virginia, where we will have the rest of our post-game show, also doubling as the Around the Nation podcast. So if you are now maybe out listening in the parking lot, then, come on back, join us, relive the 2016 Division III football season. In all honesty, Kevin, back to the back to the season a little bit. Just an amazing season and an amazing end. Great playoffs kind of all the way through. And
Yeah, really-
actually, hold that thought. We're going to send it downstairs for Frank now.
Coach Fredenberg, congratulations first off. How's this feel for you?
Oh, this is just awesome. We've felt like that we came close to getting back to the Stagg Bowl so many times, and we failed, but we just stayed after it, and this is just a dream come true. Unbelievable.
We had a couple members of your 2004 team on our pregame show, and they were just rooting the heck out of or for you in this game. I mean, it's such a family feel around you. What'd you think of your own crowd tonight and everything else?
Well, it was just amazing, wasn't it? I just think that the whole night, the whole deal, this team has really just brought such an incredible awareness of our team and the university and everything. Is just awesome.
You had a very unusual for a Stagg Bowl approach where you weren't really getting your players' faces. You were letting them play, letting them make the decisions in this game along the way. That's been your style all season long, but did you kind of second guess yourself at all, or were you just like, it worked this far, we're going to keep doing it?
Yeah, it worked this far, we're going to keep doing it. Yes, yeah, that was the plan.
So what are you going to do tonight besides celebrate?
Just celebrate.
Congratulations, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's Pete Fredenberg, the head coach of Mary Hardin Baylor, with Frank Rossi. Frank, great work down on the sidelines. Frank, we're going to let you wrap up for the night and find some way to get warm there in your Craig Sager honorific outfit there. If you did get a chance to see him on the sidelines, if you're looking for the guy in the what would be the sport coat of ugly Christmas sweaters, I guess, would be for lack of a better term. Again, the championship of the 2016 Division III football season goes to the University of Mary Hardin Baylor as they defeat UW-Oshkosh by the score of 10-7. And Kevin, before we wrap up here, we were talking about just what a fantastic season of football this was across Division III. We had great playoffs. We had awesome competitive quarterfinals. Super competitive semifinals, and then this game that came down to the last play.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mount Union and Whitewater influence you can see. Teams are getting better. They have to in order to compete. And there's enough teams that are very good that it's very good, compelling football at the end of the year. It's very very fun to watch.
It is, and it's think of the things that happened this season, right? Mount Union lost a regular season game, or if you put it this way, John Carroll winning an OAC championship for the first time since well before there were automatic bids in Division III football. They turned that into a semifinal run. John Carroll goes to Mount Union and wins to end the regular season. They would not have gotten in the playoffs without that. Then they go to Wisconsin Whitewater and win in the quarterfinals. Nobody had beaten those two teams in the same season since UW La Crosse did it in like 1986 or something like that.
I think they made a lot of fans with those two wins. There was a lot of people rooting for these two teams not to be here. And really, John Carroll's responsible for Mount Union going on the road to Mary Hardin Baylor.
Yep, that is true. And it ended up being a 2-point loss there in the national semifinals. They just kind of, again, to recap the road that Mary Hardin Baylor took to get here. Of course, they ran the table in the regular season. They defeated Linfield back in week 3 by a score of 66-27. They beat Hardin Simmons in the week 8 by a score of 20-15. Then in the course of the playoffs, they beat Redlands in the first round 50-28. 27-10 won the rematch at home against Linfield. Pulled away from Wheaton at the end to win 38-16, a game that was much closer than that 14-12 win they just kind of squeaked out against Mount Union, and here 10-7 in the national championship.
Very impressive run.
The Crusaders improve to a record of 15-0, and Oshkosh falls to a record of 13-2. And just like to remind you, this copyrighted broadcast of Division III football on d3football.com is the property of d3football.com and intended solely for the private, personal use of our audience. Any other broadcast, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of d3football.com is strictly prohibited. Thanks to everybody involved in this production and all the rest of the things that we've done throughout the entire season. Many of those people are too many to name, especially people who started back in July working on this and working on kickoff. We appreciate all of that work. People here involved in our production today, first of all, are our partners over at d3photography.com, Larry Radloff, Steve Frommel, Dave Hilbert, of course, just loads of production work done by Dave McHugh and Will, whose last name I don't know, Dave. Will Black, who is our associate producer here, not only this evening in pregame and also, of course, with a Gagliardi Trophy ceremony that we broadcast back on Wednesday. Thanks, of course, to Keith McMillian, who had a planes, trains, and automobiles kind of day to get down here in Salem. To Kevin Neas, who was ready to step in as color analyst if necessary, but provided us with some extra X's and O's and eye in the sky. Ryan Tips, who's been running all sorts of background stuff over the course of the day, like our Twitter handle, like the fact that we actually have a front page story that reflects the final score, which doesn't usually happen because I'm doing that. And this. Of course, Frank Rossi, who somehow stayed warm and alive on the sidelines. Oh no, actually, I was going to say you have color in your fingers, but that, yeah, I might be premature there. And of course, Adam Turer, who is part of our pregame coverage, part of our halftime coverage, and will be part of the Around the Nation podcast, which is coming up. Well, for us, it's coming up in an hour. If you're not here, we get that. We're not going to Facebook Live that. You will have to wait until it drops into your podcast feed. But we really hope that you do listen because, we've had such a great time this season bringing you more podcasts than we ever have before. And then in 2017, we'll bring you even more podcasts because we'll start our monthly podcast in January rather than in April. So I think we'll have somewhere around the order of like 24 Around the Nation podcasts in 2017, and we definitely look forward to that. All of these people who I have named have taken time away from their family and loved ones in order to be here, and we thank all of those people who keep the home fires burning while we are keeping our toes freezing here in Salem, Virginia. So thank you to all of those people, including now my adult 19-year-old daughter, who basically runs the house for this whole week while I'm here, and my wife is a retail manager in the Christmas season. So there you go. A lot of those things have to happen because life continues, even though we get to take off and enjoy a beautiful, sunny, and blitheringly cold Stagg Bowl. But once again, that's the 2016 Division III football season, and it was won by the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor. They defeated the UW-Oshkosh Titans by the score of 10-7. For everybody involved with D3Football.com and the D3Sports.com network, I'm Pat Coleman signing off for Stagg Bowl 44. Your champions, the Crew from Belton, Texas.